Medical disclaimer. The content of this video is not intended to be a substitute for professional medical advice, diagnosis or treatment. Always seek the advice of your physician or other qualified health provider with any questions you may have regarding a medical condition, and always get proper treatment for serious medical conditions. Legal disclaimer. Use legal measures only to combat the virus and cooperate with government officials, first responders and healthcare workers to make the coronavirus a thing of the past and create a perfect society ASAP. Use common sense, logic and help your fellow humans, if necessary also to lower the risk of being vaccinated mandatorily ourselves and to end the pandemic as soon as possible. The objective of my videos is not to slander people nor to incite or trigger people, but to do the opposite, exposing it when people are wrongly accused and to create universal peace, world peace or just peace on earth. People are innocent till proven guilty in the court of law. One who knows of evidence must testify, not to convict anyone without a fair trial. Greetings, superior beings, greetings, supreme being. We are all the human race. Our common enemy is death. Welcome on Perfect Society. I'm Ulrich Hoffman, and you are watching the broadcast Social Distancing till 2022, a few measures, ideal population reduction method, baby boom. So, let's start with the chat. I had prepared another picture. Oh yeah, right. This picture here with the social distancing idea. People in India standing in line. And what I found pretty funny, when you look over here, you see one man standing there in the same area that's designated for one person only, basically, with some woman. And then over here there's a guy that has two of these areas. But other than that, oh, here these are also standing too close to one another. And here there are four people standing together, and here they stand close together, etc. So now it's still, and they're standing closer together anyway. But okay, that's not a good example of how social distancing works, because they're not maintaining that 1.5 meters rule. The supermarkets in the Netherlands have a plastic thing over here between the customers and the seller, so that they can exchange money, and pin machine, use the pin machine, etc. But basically you could argue they'd have to put it on a table 1.5 meters away, and then they'd have to wear gloves, etc. That could be the proper way to do business when you take social distancing seriously. And others have said that it's not social distancing anymore, it's now called physical distancing. I think CNN also. But okay. People can check my other broadcast about Starlink on my channel. I advise you all to do so. And some people think that 5G satellites will annihilate everybody, and that they will pretend it was the virus, probably. But could that be true? Could the amount of energy, what is the amount of energy, what frequencies is it using, and what physical damages are shown in tests? So I'm not going to claim that it's true or false without any evidence, without any scientific proof. And in previous broadcasts I've shown the damaging effects that cancer cell phone radiation exposure has. The fact that microwaves are very damaging is also clear from the reproducible tests people can do at home. I mention that in every broadcast because it proves beyond any reasonable doubt some people are lying about the fact that cancer cell phone radiation microwaves are very harmful to humans in reality. So they don't only cause DNA breaks, chromosomal damage and other heating effects, but also lumping red blood cells. And that's a test people can do at home. People can also see the video, so then you don't have to test it yourself with a microscope. But some people want to know for sure, they want to be 100% certain that they're not scamming them, basically. So then they can do that test at home with a microscope, prick some blood, put it under the microscope, then they see their swimming red blood cells. Then if they use a cancer cell phone for 90 seconds, they can see their lumping red blood cells. And also you can use 2 cancer cell phones to boil an egg, call one cancer cell phone with the other cancer cell phone with the egg in between, so the egg has to be standing next to the cancer cell phones. It has to be in between them. And there are videos of this on YouTube as well, so that has to do with the frequency that is also meant to cook food. I could check my microwave meter. Hold on, y'all. Hold on to your heads. I'm getting my microwave meter. The antenna had fallen down, but it's still alright. My NARDA, or it's Gigahertz Solutions HF35C, and microwave ovens die microwelle at about 2450 perhaps, or something, 2400. So that's the frequency that affects the water molecules, and 60 gigahertz affects the oxygen molecules. 60 gigahertz Wiegand box radiation is absorbed by oxygen, 93% oxygen absorption rate of 60 gigahertz radiation. Let's see, I'm trying to find a picture in the meantime. Oh yeah, there it is. Alright, so that's the Wiegand box, the Hellraiser box, but this is a lot worse because Wiegand is real. So this is my microwave meter, the Gigahertz Solutions HF35C, and over here you can see what frequency several devices use. Whoa, it's higher than usual. If I keep it like this, checking where it's from. So it's over 1.1, and it used to be 0.7, between 0.2, 0.1 in some places. So I have to check what's causing that. If there's a new antenna or something. I did not expect this at all. I was convinced that they were doing it with scalar weapons, because they used to do it 10 years ago, and many people have reported, targeted individuals have reported about ringing in the head frequency, basically. Perhaps it's nicer if I talk to you all. People can write in the chat, so I've prepared the chat a little bit. Previous broadcast with this title I had several chatters. Welcome to my channel, folks. If you're cool, I'll make you a moderator. Wrench emoji. Please help to remove my illegal comments like kill such and such, name. All other comments are allowed, including critique and trolling. Arrest people that advocate a population reduction with any number. Prosecute Bill Melinda Gates. Do not let people that advocate a population reduction with any number influence your government's policy. Protect and serve. Feel free to post full links to interesting or important information in the chat, moderators. Enjoy the show. So, ready to go. Let's see, where should I begin? At the desktop, perhaps. No, I had some comments that I want to read. Dr. Fauci is on the Leadership Council for the Bill Melinda Gates Foundation. Dr. Fauci, Leadership Council, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And he's also the director of the NIAID. And Dr. Deborah L. Birx's daughter, Laura Birx. Dr. Deborah L. Birx's daughter, Laura Birx, is Deputy Director of Strategy Planning and Management at Bill Melinda Gates Foundation. And Pandemic News writes, US may need to practice social distancing until 2022 to reduce coronavirus spread, say Harvard researchers. Vaccination must always remain voluntary. Statistical herd immunity, it's enough that 60 or 70% get the vaccine. No need to impose it on 100% of the population. They still have their HaMemed, so I've been attacked during broadcast. They can also attack people's throats with scalar weapons. They can control people's vocal cords, make people's voice fade, make them feel very uncomfortable, make them shake in their chairs with artificial fear when they're doing a broadcast so they can't say anything sensible. And they're doing this to millions of people. So that's about the question if Starlink equals Skynet. Of course, it's sort of a joke. There is no fate but what we make for ourselves. The future is not set. There's no fate but we make for ourselves. Terminator quote from the movies. 5G wireless communication and health effects, a pragmatic review based on available studies regarding 6 to 100 gigahertz. Let's first go there. It should be in between these links here. There, I got it. I wanted to start with this, but I have one other quote. Immunity puts selective pressure on the virus so it is forced to mutate, another reason to keep vaccination voluntary. Learned Dr. Kantbot, PhD at Kantbot 20K, wrote, a record number of 219 CEOs stepped down in January. CEOs of MasterCard, LinkedIn, T-Mobile, IBM, Harley-Davidson, Credit Suisse, Salesforce, UPS, Match Group owns Occupid, Tinder, etc. Disney all left shortly before this crisis started exploding. They all effing knew. So that's an interesting comment as well. Don't know if it's Facebook or Twitter, but if you search then you'll find, of course. Is 5G as fast as fiber? In some instances the 5G network is just as fast as fiber internet, but it's still subject to some issues that don't slow fiber broadband down, such as network congestion and weak signals. So the 5G radiation is still subject to network congestion and weak signals, etc. Especially because it's a higher frequency, they need more energy to let that radiation travel the same distance as lower frequencies. So higher frequencies use more energy to travel. People have learned this in physics, like the fact that everything has a natural frequency, like these two boxes we see on the screen have their own natural frequency. A bridge has a natural frequency, and so too does the virus, the coronavirus. And perhaps controlled opposition is wrong about what we can and cannot talk about. Or perhaps they're not real controlled opposition, depends on who we're talking about. Anyway, this is the study. 80% of the in vivo studies showed response to exposure, while 58% of the in vitro studies demonstrated effects. So that's 5G wireless communication and health effects, a pragmatic review based on available studies regarding 6 to 100 gigahertz. And there are many more that show the negative effects of the cancer Wi-Fi radiation, which is also shieldable with aluminum foil. So I would advise people to shield, also with shielding paint. And to measure is better than you know exactly what shields best. People can put the foil on the side the radiation is coming from and ground it via the heater, for example, and then they can measure that there's like 100 to 300 times less radiation behind the foil than in front of it. They can also use double layers or triple layered aluminum foil. Aluminium foil is quite cheap. And I would advise people to paint over it, that nobody can see that you're using aluminum foil, plus you're not breathing in the aluminum. And I don't know how, I think you can smell it. I had a cage of Faraday. I was living on a boat in vijftien, and there I had made a cage of Faraday. And I was able to smell that foil, but I also had isolation materials to isolate sound on the wall. Perhaps that was giving the smell more than the foil. So I don't know if foil releases any aluminum particles that would be a health hazard, because people pack food in the aluminum foil, so then the aluminum shouldn't be on their food. And people that advocate a population reduction should be arrested. It's illegal incitement to commit genocide in the sense of the Genocide Convention, and I've covered that in previous broadcasts. Another point, well, perhaps it's best if I go from right to left. Another point is that many people are still using the normal telephone line. So in the Netherlands this was produced in 2016 though, but at that time still 81% used telephone line with cable for several reasons, not just because cancer cell phone radiation is damaging to human health, and people are lying about this in mainstream media news broadcasts. It's incredible. So what can we do about it? Because they pretend that there are numerous studies but none have shown any damaging effects. Well, this is an overview of several studies that do show these harmful effects, and this is specifically focused on 5G wireless communications, okay? So that's on PubMed, ncbi.nlm.nih.gov, and I post the link to this article for the third time, and there are hundreds or thousands of other studies that show the damaging effects it has on sperm, on the human body, T-cell lymphocytes, for example. I want to get that in this broadcast again as well. The World Health Organization website, who.int, has a PDF, Biological Effects of Microwaves and Mobile Telephony, and in that we can read chronic microwave radiation at 5 milliwatt per square centimeter leads to suppression of peripheral T lymphocyte numbers, okay? So that means that it affects the immune system, right? Anyway, there are other studies that show that as well. So I think that's more important, that's why I start with this. And I'm not claiming that there is a correlation between 5G and the virus. And I'm certainly not claiming that the virus is fake. When they can see that under a microscope, it's obviously real, like the Astra satellites that we can perceive from Earth. And the Earth is spherical, so I'm not a flat Earth, I'm not control the position. I'm not there to say things that will get you all rounded up in the non-existent FEMA concentration death camps and taken away with these trains with shackles, with handcuffs, to the FEMA camps with the AGA gas and humane guillotines with Joe Biden standing next to them. According to the web, they don't exist, and these videos don't exist that we've seen of these camps, so don't look, they don't exist. Okay. So then I can start with an article. I try to start with the most important stuff first. And I like Reuters.com. Of course, all these mainstream media websites are producing the same, quote, news, unquote. US may need to extend social distancing for virus until 2022, study says. CNBC.com, Harvard researchers who warn social distancing measures may need to remain in place until 2022. And Fortune.com, social distancing until 2022. It may be necessary according to Harvard coronavirus researchers. So perhaps then it's best if I just talk about what I think about this idea while looking at this page, Fortune.com. So then the question becomes, isn't the effect of these measures more deadly than the virus itself? We see all these CEOs already stepped out on time. So the question is, what will the effect be? Well, we can see already what the social distancing, now called physical distancing, does. First thing that comes to mind is that people cannot make love, they cannot get together, touch each other and kiss each other, fondle each other, etc. And people with many different partners, frequent change of partners, that might also spread HIV virus, AIDS, which has killed about 4 times more people than SARS-CoV-2 that causes COVID-19 in 2020 alone. So that cannot spread anymore either then, if they all observe these rules. But I would think that prostitutes just continue, and what was the other thing? Some other things are still going on as well, I think, because they are kind of hidden anyway. But in the Netherlands we don't wear any masks. One time I wore my P3 filter mask to show everybody, hey, you can wear a P3 filter mask, etc. But I immunized myself with colloidal silver, and I've shown these scientific studies, scientific tests that were done, and basically the DTRA, Defense Threat Reduction Agency of the DOD, Department of Defense, has shown that colloidal silver also kills the Ebola virus successfully. So colloidal silver destroys the Ebola virus if you prefer. If you think viruses are dead, then they can't be killed, they are destroyed or immunized, or perhaps you have a better word, let me know in the comments, or Skype Prologic 999 if you do. And so the test is available online, and they know that it kills the Ebola virus as well successfully, and yet they've blocked a colloidal silver shipment to Africa. And people can also say, kill the chat, for example, or kill the tablet, kill the pill, whatever. So they don't necessarily mean that it's a living organism when they say that. So judge for yourselves what the best way to put it is. Something neutralizes the virus, destroys the virus, or kills the virus. Either way, it's okay with me. And I'm gonna eat some dessert, but perhaps I can also interview my father. He's sitting right next to me. So the social distancing measures. This video basically as a topic that Harvard what do you call them? Harvard researchers, we read here in Fortune.com on the website, think that social distancing may be required until 2022. So that means we'd have to keep our distance 1.5 meters till 2022. And what do you think? Do you think that that will have a more detrimental effect and kill more people than the virus eventually? Because when you think about it, what does that mean, the social distancing? I think they may also have planned to close supermarkets and perhaps even blue force tracking. But the thing is that it means that some shops are closed. How would they do that? For example, if we'd want to travel in a bus, in a train or in an aeroplane, in Nederlands plane, passenger jet, would they all have to sit 1.5 meters apart? Or are they going to give them all a half face mask or a gas mask on which the filters are replaced or cleansed? Or that type of thing, So I think that we're not seeing flying. No cancer chemtrails means blue sky, which we've never had in a couple of decades since the start of Project Cloverleaf, the CIA's evergreen aviation. And I've explained why they're not contrails but chemtrails in previous broadcasts. So that fits in with giving the illusion that anthropogenic man-made global warming is real. So this is all following an agenda, a psychological operation, and perhaps even a black operation. I've covered black, grey and white ops in previous broadcasts. White being the least secretive operations, meaning they are overt, and black ops are covert, they're secret. So no one but a couple of people in our government, which is also a legal person according to the lawmakers, knows about these black operations. Perhaps I should just start with reading an article while we eat some dessert. But yeah, you can think about, for example, The Simpsons predicted a recession, that Trump would cause a recession comparable to a crisis. Do you know the difference between a recession and a crisis? Who cares? It's just everything falling apart, the economy going away on a little train and never coming back, etc.
Well, the result of the crisis can be different in terms of the recession. It could be worse.
Recession could be worse than a crisis, you think?
Vice versa. The crisis could be worse.
But a crisis could also be worse than a recession. I mean, a recession can also be worse than a crisis.
Well, it's very hard to
Let's
generalize this,
Google it.
because then you would have to have a definition of what a recession and a crisis consist of. And from that information you could derive what the results would
Right.
be.
So a recession, according to Google, Wikipedia, recession is a business cycle contraction when there is a general decline in economic activity. Business cycle contraction. Die vraag bepaalt het aanbod. How do you say it in English? Demand determines the supply, or is there a better way to put it?
Could be a good way.
Well, supposedly that's some kind of rule they always come up with. But what if that's not true either? In some instances, anyway. Generally, demand may determine the supply. When there is no demand, and people won't supply it because they know they will not sell it, they will not get any money. So it's product by.
It seems
the
that
demand and supply.
the term recession, we have more information about what recession consists of and what it does. because crisis is a very general term and has not all those definitions and predictions that are associated with recession.
A financial crisis is any of a broad variety of situations in which some financial assets suddenly lose a large part of their nominal value. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, many financial crises were associated with banking panics, and many recessions coincided with these panics. Wikipedia, the Free CIA Vatican edited encyclopedia, list of economic crises.
So that means that a very close connection can be between crisis and recession.
Well, I just want definition. Okay, we can read this.
You're going to start with your
Dessert.
because
Alright, we're gonna eat some dessert and use the speech text-to-speech engine for you all.
A crisis, from the Greek koma crisis, one, plural, crises, adjectival form, critical, is any event that is going, or is expected, to lead to an unstable and dangerous situation affecting an individual, group, community, or whole society. Crises are deemed to be negative changes in the security, economic, political, societal, or environmental affairs, especially when they occur abruptly, with little or no warning. More loosely, it is a term meaning a testing time or an emergency event. An economic crisis is a sharp transition to a recession. See for example 1994 economic crisis in Mexico, Argentine economic crisis, 1999 to 2002, South American economic crisis of 2002, economic crisis of Cameroon. Crisis theory is a central achievement in the conclusions of Karl Marx's Critique of Capital. A financial crisis may be a banking crisis or currency crisis. In economics, a recession is a business cycle contraction when there is a general decline in economic activity. 1-2. Recessions generally occur when there is a widespread drop in spending, an adverse demand shock. This may be triggered by various events, such as a financial crisis, an external trade shock, an adverse supply shock, the bursting of an economic bubble, or a large-scale natural or anthropogenic disaster, for example a pandemic. In the United States, it is defined as a significant decline in economic activity spread across the market, lasting more than a few months, normally visible in real GDP, real income, employment, industrial production, and wholesale retail sales. 3. In the United Kingdom, it is defined as a negative economic growth for 2 consecutive quarters. 4-5. Governments usually respond to recessions by adopting expansionary macroeconomic policies, such as increasing money supply or increasing government spending and decreasing taxation.
So that's the definition. Wikipedia. We'll get to this later. I want to start with the Reuters.com article of 2 days ago.
U.S. may need to extend social distancing for virus until 2022, Study says 2 minutes read. People wait in a socially distanced line outside of the 14th Street Trader Joe's grocery store, following Mayor Muriel Bowser's declaration of a state of emergency due to the coronavirus disease, COVID-19, in Washington, U.S., April 14, 2020. Reuters, Tom Brenner Reuters, the United States may need to endure social distancing measures adopted during the coronavirus outbreak until 2022, according to researchers at the Harvard School of Public Health. The study comes as more than 2,200 people died in the United States from the outbreak on Tuesday, a record, according to a Reuters tally, even as the country debated how to reopen its economy. The overall death toll in the U.S. from the virus stands at more than 28,300 as of Tuesday. Intermittent distancing may be required into 2022 unless critical care capacity is increased substantially or a treatment or vaccine becomes available, the Harvard researchers said in findings published Tuesday in the journal Science. Giving examples of South Korea and Singapore, the researchers wrote that effective distancing could reduce the strain on healthcare systems and enable contact tracing and quarantine to be feasible. The study acknowledged that prolonged distancing would most likely have profoundly negative economic, social, and educational consequences. The study added that even in the case of apparent elimination, SARS-CoV-2 surveillance should still be maintained, as a resurgence in contagion may be possible as late as 2024. Advertisement. The World Health Organization, WHO, has warned that infections had certainly not yet peaked. Nearly 2 million people globally have been infected and more than 124,000 have died in the most serious pandemic in a century. The epicenter has shifted from China, where the virus emerged in December, to the United States, which has now recorded the most deaths.
So basically, I think any government that would do what it's supposed to do, protect and serve the tax-paying citizens, would test three things. One, the effectiveness and safety of colloidal silver in comparison to other chemicals cancer-causing prescription drugs that may have all kinds of side effects that are not natural. Silver is a natural mineral that our body needs. So safety first, people above all. Primum non nocere, first do no harm, the Hippocratic Oath, etc. Secondly, they should test if the SARS-CoV-2 virus is an antibody-dependent virus, because if it is, then that may mean that there is no vaccine, no cure. And that people with a strong immune system would be attacked first if it's some kind of bioweapon that escaped from a lab, which some senators and others might think. And then there's the paper with the model that shows elements of HIV present in the virus, another thing that proves that there is a real virus. And it may be due to an antigenic shift. So it may have naturally ended up in it, also because of certain conditions. Perhaps the microwave exposure also has had an influence on that. So the virus needs to adapt to its environment to survive. It has to mutate, and it does that quite regularly. And three is how airborne it is, because if it's super airborne, then even 1.5, even 30 meters won't stop the virus from spreading. Some people think that it was spread in cancer chemtrails, that everybody has it, and that is the reason why they haven't done these blind tests. They usually test 1,000 people.
Ik moet even een pixel laden.
So they haven't done these double-blind tests, etc. Some professor claimed on YouTube. I've already referred to his channel in my previous broadcast. He has some excellent videos. I still have to watch a number of them, but I want to influence this timeline to create a perfect society and control all these factors that control aging with the time travel technology. Some think that's Project Looking Glass, etc. And I think I'm convinced that most people are not murderers, they're not in on the population reduction, and so they're good people that deserve our love and respect. But that is what my theory is based on, that we should share the maximum amount of information with our fellow humans to create that perfect society ASAP and control the factors that control aging before we die from aging. And of course death is inevitable as long as we don't control aging. I think people that say that are correct. So, and it may also help to urge or make people invest in this technology. And then there may also be other ways to control aging, and perhaps at a certain point, once we can live happily eternally, we have an eternity to work on growing younger. So in my opinion, that's the first thing we should pursue with the time travel technology. Not resurrection, but controlling these factors that control aging. And I've covered coming of fake messiah and fake resurrections in previous broadcasts. Sustainability equals democide. Here we can see green.harvard.edu, sustainability. President Bakau sees university as force against climate change. So there is no natural anthropogenic global warming, only global warming, not caused by humans. And also ice ages, of course. So you'll have warm periods and cold periods is known. And there used to be a lot more CO2 in our environment than there is at present, of course. So it's Al Gore's carbon tax scam paid for by George Soros, these population reduction NGOs that do this in violation of the Genocide Convention. Sustainable meeting and event guide. Students bring rain gardens to campus. They make that error with synthetic telepathy machines, so that's done with scalar technology, not with microwaves. Students bring rain gardens to campus. And I think that's a good idea with 5G, but if they also have 5G, then the rain gardens will probably die. And all the other insects and humans and little organisms on the campus as well. Which is clearly what some people are pursuing. They're bloody serious about reducing the global population to 500 million. Some say that's not even sustainable, it has to be 100 million. I've covered that video, and YouTube doesn't consider it triggering for some reason, but some other things are considered triggering. So that's weird in my opinion. A fossil fuel free future. Macrobiotics cannot cook on electricity. They don't use a cancer microwave oven which plastifies their food, because they don't want to use a natural synthetic electromagnetic radiation, EMF, RF, pulsed, especially cancer cell phone radiation is extremely damaging, and that's why they've chosen it, because they've had the scalar technology of Nikola Tesla since 1901, I think. That's the radiant energy patent. And scientists agree that Tesla's radiant energy is a reality, so if they don't believe in scalar waves, it's the same thing. Professor Mile and others have also made YouTube videos about it. So that's what they're using in reality, to send these illegal voice-to-skull or intracranial messages. And it's best never to respond to them, because it may be an AI, a time-traveling AI that's there to reduce the global population, perhaps selectively. So on Green Harvard Edu we read, we're building on our past progress in reducing emissions with new goals to be fossil fuel free by 2050 and fossil fuel neutral by 2026, explore new goals. Oh, but burning trees is alright, isn't it? So basically, to reduce the global population with 5G cancer cell phone radiation, they need to cut all these trees because it's a higher frequency, and it fits in with their subliminal programming by so-called spiritual people that are claiming that they're trying to raise their frequency. So that fits in with conditioning people to think higher frequency better, 5G higher, 5G better. But in reality it's 5G deader. How to tactics to reduce food waste video. I saw this in the video that I've removed. Because I read out a chat remark, perhaps I overreacted a bit, but I've made it clear in the chat now. I can check if somebody wrote something in the chat already. Let's see. Or perhaps the time-traveling AI only allows people in the chat when it knows that the video is removed. Don't know if there's anybody watching now. In the US it's about 6 hours earlier. Good movie, Resident Evil. I like all of them basically. Awesome. I also like these movies with Tom Cruise. Mission Impossible, with the mask, the printed masks, silicone that can turn us into anybody we want to be. But I think that Starlink Skynet comparison is more interesting, the video I did. Currently there are about 380 something satellites floating above our heads. So theoretically they can induce the 60 gigahertz radiation with the scalar technology. I know they can also induce 95 gigahertz, the active denial system frequency, which is used to burn people's scrotum usually, and the pulsed energy projectile, which is supposedly non-lethal but can also be used in a lethal manner. So where these two scalar beams converge, where they cross, there a scalar field is produced with the characteristics programmed into the neural network. The so-called supercomputers mark the beast and control the position, according to sources online. Fritz Springmeier has also reported about this, or at least others he's associated with are control the position. So they're fake resistance to round of real resistance, and they may mix in certain lies with their important truths that perhaps only they can bring, because they're working for them, not against them in reality. So we can learn from their broadcasts as well, I think. I'll get to that later. Starlink, initial phase, 1,584 satellites into 72 orbital planes of 22 satellites each. When you see this, this is a thumbnail for one of my videos. When you see the thumbnail, then you can see these lines that look like a cage around planet Earth, basically, like a sort of cage of Faraday to protect us against satellite radiation. But no, it's indicating that every little centimeter, every square inch will be irradiated to death. And I say this because it's scientifically proven. I've gone through all these several studies, not all thousands of studies that show that it's extremely harmful, or which they pretend that they don't exist in the mainstream media, some people. So we shouldn't watch the mainstream media, but focus on scientific studies. And the mainstream media is not responsible when they show people that lie in the broadcast. When they interview somebody in the street and they're lying, then we cannot blame CNN, NBC, Fox News, and all these other mainstream media giants. So when they claim it themselves, when their newsreader is claiming it, then you can say, then they're crossing a line, because then they're claiming something that isn't true. But if others do that in the program, then you could argue they're not responsible. I don't know how that is legally, if these news broadcasting companies can also be sued or prosecuted. People can press charges. If they have damages, if it's slander, or probably they can press charges in certain cases. But a fair trial is impossible because they control the judge with the remote torture technology with scalar waves. And the technology was used to torture my teeth out of my mouth, my mother to death, and the beam was partially deflected by a grounded Van de Graaff generator. Because the scalar waves aren't deflected by it, but the electromagnetic field they were generating caused energy projectile, which hurts people by stimulating the nerves directly. It was used to torture my teeth out of my mouth. Many others also reported about their dental torture. They have slow kill, soft kill, and they have no talk programming and suicide programming, and smear campaigns against people that try to save everybody and do the right thing, basically. So they want to reduce the global population by pretending that they're going to save everybody and bring peace to the Middle East, and usually they pretend the opposite of what they're really going to do. That's the satanic inversion, or just an inversion technique, basically. They're not necessarily satanic. So, yeah, I hope that we can prevent this and replace it with radiant energy. And the Earth is not overpopulated. In reality, everybody would fit into Australia, have their own piece of land, and more than enough to eat if they divide the Earth's wealth equally among men, and then the rest of the world would be uninhabited. That's a video how to beat the New World Order on YouTube. If that's still there. So people can download my and other people's broadcasts. It's very well possible that YouTube at a certain point will say, we have deals with the 5G companies and we cannot allow criticism. It's not constructive for us. We don't need you. You're out of here. You've clicked on I agree when having that agreement with YouTube to be able to broadcast for free. It was awesome, but here it has to end. It has to stop. This channel has to become history. And 7 billion people of planet Earth as well, or 7.5 billion people, to achieve a sustainable reality. They can do that. I'm not saying they can do that, but this is proof that they're not doing that, and that they're really alright. Perhaps they're really trying to do the right thing for everyone, for their fellow humans. And YouTube is wonderful and has been criticized too much because people may have been attacked. The modem may have been attacked also by other people, not by YouTube, when they've exposed certain people. And I know this because it also happened to me, and when I checked the Google URL, then it wasn't working either, so the modem was not working anymore. And when it happens at certain moments, then it cannot be a coincidence anymore. People that it happens to know this, but other people might be unconvincible if their mind controlled and programmed. For example, with hypnosis at night, when people are sleeping, they can be hypnotized, also so no one else can hypnotize them, or so others can hypnotize them more easily. But people can do self-hypnosis. So an example is sleep. You are now under hypnosis. No one can hypnotize you but me and you yourself without your written permission, so they require your written permission with an autograph saying that you agree with being hypnotized to be able to hypnotize you from this time on. And the other thing is, other hypnosis done in the past against your will don't work anymore. They cease to function, have any effect on you you're now above hypnosis, and you never kill yourself because there's no hereafter, and you feel happier with every breath you take, more relaxed yet vitalized, and you become happier and happier with every breath, and you get better ideas also. And if you like, you can write something in the chat, and you now wake up, you snap out of the hypnosis, and that's a type of hypnosis you can also make for yourself. And that's not the hypnosis somebody would do that would want to take disadvantage of a person for money or fame or sex or other things that are perhaps not in the best interest of the hypnotized victim or hypnotized person. So we have to watch out for our brain, protect our brains, and also protect ourselves against psychological warfare techniques that are going on, protect ourselves against people that are trying to get rid of 7 billion people with illegal methods. Professor Pianka's book is still downloadable via universalpeace.jimdo.com. When people use sketched pages, the book of Vanishing Life on Earth or something. So people can still look at that. And Professor Pianka's quotes, supposedly he got standing ovations. He was also on CNN talking about how great it would be if 7 billion of us would die from airborne Ebola Weston. And after that we saw Ebola breaking out in Africa, and the Lancet article of 2015 makes clear that people were contaminated with Ebola by the vaccine. The Merck Ebola vaccine contaminated people with Ebola. It's one of the side effects listed in the Lancet article, also via the fourthempire.blogspot.com, the site of Jane Burgermeister, reporter, journalist, and she has been covering this a long time as well. And I think it's thanks to people like her that we know about their population reduction plans and the plan to do this with globally mandatory killer vaccines, and that the companies doing this will be legally immune. So when all these vaccines are contaminated with rabies, HIV and Ebola, it won't be on the ingredients list, and then when people die after a week of incubation period, these companies will be legally immune, and 7 billion people will be gone. And they've plans to do this with the military, and also BFT is covered by me. And then there's that Bill Gates quote about reducing global population with 10 to 15% with vaccines, healthcare and reproductive health services. So I'm not going to show that again. It's it's repetitive content. We don't want to be brainwashed with Bill Gates' speech. So yeah, then I might first think about the consequences of maintaining social distance until 2022. So what does that mean? If it's only social distance, basically, I think it's best if we start using our own mind. When we see a headline, first think for ourselves what it could mean, what the implications would be, if it could be true or if it necessarily is false, rule out the impossible like Sherlock Holmes and Watson, etc. So that we start thinking for ourselves again and don't let them brainwash us with lies as part of the population reduction. Remember to always mistrust authority, because some people were killed for questioning authority. And Who is that? Is that Helena Bonham Carter as I have to think here. Skynet. Oh yeah, she supposedly is Skynet in the movie, according to Wiki, I think. In the left top corner. Don't know if she's the CEO or the Director General or something like that. But okay, let's get some tobacco, which is editor free. And never start. It's best to eat cannabis to expand your consciousness rather than narrow it down with cancer causing killer alcohol, etc. Which can make people feel so bad that they see the room spinning for a while and then they're dead. And that happens to millions of people yearly, so I thought I'd just mention it. And it increases people's cancer risk severely. I've been using colloidal silver for years, saved my life, and I'm not selling anything myself. So there are other people that advocate this population reduction. The video 50 shocking population reduction quotes on the Future channel on YouTube, one of my other channels, may still be available, and my channel Try Something.vegetarian on YouTube as well. So everything has a natural frequency. People can check these Dr. Rive frequencies. And Dr. Rive was a doctor, to keep it clear. And Dr. Anders Michakat may not be a doctor, but Dr. Anders, I'd have to check the American term for Dr. Anders. Is that bachelor or something? Anyway, it's not that important now. But he also has some good broadcasts, I think. He may also be banned by YouTube, like some others. So I indicate that. I don't know if it's justified in his case, if he did not make any racist or homophobic remarks nor incitement. And I don't know if he's banned by YouTube. But people can check the rules for themselves using Google. And I redid this broadcast because my previous one, I think, would have been removed, and it went too far, it really did. And I'm looking for the chat, if anybody wrote something in the chat by now. Still nothing in the chat. Though I wrote all that stuff, and I'm gonna write it every time in the chat. So all the other things are all allowed. And people that write something in the chat may get a range, so then they become moderators, and then you can post links, full web URLs to interesting information, which I've already pre-gathered for this broadcast, but I don't feel like rushing. So to have a good broadcast, I think it's important that I'm relaxed and that I can first think about what I'm saying, and it doesn't have to be a flashy, super cool video like the one on the... I have to check the name of the website. Dutch articles open. This article here claims that they've burned 15 of these cancer cell phone masks, and not all of them were 5G. But I think many people don't realize that many people still have a normal phone line connection, and they can use that when the cancer cell phone is not working, and also they may have different colors on that, so they have their cancer mobile, the cancer cell phone live, and their normal phone live. But that's an important point. I think that's newsworthy when 15 of them have already been destroyed. It's the 15th fire in this cycle. Or what do you call it? In deze reeks in het Engels.
Series.
In this series. So that's on destentor.nl. I'll get to hydroxychloroquine later. So I think that it's clear that colloidal silver is a lot safer and more effective, and that it's scientifically proven to destroy SARS coronavirus. And its mechanism of action makes also clear that it works, and it also is effective on mutated versions of the virus, and also on HIV and Ebola. So it's very bad news for the medical cartel that makes money of sick people, not of cured people. And the people above all means that I also have to take that risk to lose my channel if necessary, but I think I'm not saying anything too shocking. And I keep clear that people may only use legal means and avoid any type of civil disobedience. It may just be a setup to get you all in jail so you don't have a voice anymore. So you could argue you must also arrest people that advocate using civil disobedience, and they should also be banned from YouTube. So it's proven beyond any reasonable doubt cancer cell phone radiation microwaves damage people's bodies and even their immune system. So it's best to shield oneself and to keep the cancer cell phone in airplane mode. And I'm electrosensitive, so I will try to move to an area with less radiation if possible without 5G. And hopefully the government can facilitate such a place for electrosensitive people. Because where can we go? We cannot be exposed to the radiation. And it's doubtful whether shielding will reduce the amount of radiation that still goes through our body to less than 0.1 microwatt per square meter, which is advised by building biologists, which are specialized in that field. Others say 0.2 microwatt per square meter. So I have to check where the cancer cell phone radiation is coming from. Could you check your cancer cell phone if it's in airplane mode? You went outside, I think. Did you take it out of airplane mode?
No, I did not.
You did not. It's still in airplane mode. You're the best.
Well, just a little.
You're the best at being you, I think, and perhaps you were the best father for me, the best father that anybody could wish for. I remember making that super shot remotely controlled battery powered car. that also used cancer cell phone radiation, and I didn't know that at that time. I was really young. But when people use drones, they can make an antenna themselves so that the range increases, and so they catch less radiation themselves. Just use foam or just foil will also do, and make a parabolic antenna dish out of it, satellite dish shape, and then the range increases and less radiation goes through your body. But it's best not to use drones, to tell you the truth. And they should have used Tesla radiant energy healing frequencies. And then perhaps we already would have controlled all the factors that control aging, and we would have had a perfect society already. And that's what I'm really about. And the people above all is my motto. I don't know if others also use that, but I thought it up myself, so if others use it before me. Doesn't matter, I thought of it myself, so I'm alright. Agenda 21, even on Wikipedia, and perhaps it's best if we don't even look at that. Sustainable development equals democide. But Wiki claims sustainable development is the organizing principle for meeting human development goals while simultaneously sustaining the ability of natural systems to provide the natural resources and ecosystem services based upon which the economy and society depend. Well, I'd be for using education, because educated people have a lower birth rate and they're smarter, so then they can figure out much better than people currently alive what would be the best way to create a sustainable, perfect society in which we all will live happily eternally. But of course we can see they've used cancer oil all these years, and probably they'll switch to other types of energy anyway, like geothermal energy, telluric power, cleaner than nuclear energy, which creates nuclear waste, go nuclear ... waste. So basically, then the question is also, why don't they just use thorium reactors? But okay, it's better to use geothermal energy then. So does anybody know why they're not doing that? I've covered it in previous broadcasts. And the other one is, sea energy is more efficient than wind energy. And then you can also use solar satellites and beam the energy down to Earth using the Tesla wireless energy, radiant energy patent technology. And how Luciferian is the UN? It's clear they didn't do anything about what according to some is the depleted uranium war crime, Doc Rock and others made this clear, because it's a weapon with an indiscriminate effect, and it's weakly radioactive, so its half-life is 4.5 million years. So that's how long depleted uranium babies will keep on being born in Fallujah and other contaminated areas in Iraq. So that's a war crime according to many people, and we should get rid of all these stockpiles of depleted uranium, have a moratorium, make them forbidden worldwide, perhaps shoot them into the sun or into space like these nuclear weapons, if it's cheaper than dismantling them all. And once we achieve negligible senescence, once we are eternal basically, then we can always choose to sterilize 93% of ourselves or whatever. People will also keep dying from accidents if the system is not perfect yet, but with synthetic telepathy and scalar waves, maximum fulfillment can be bestowed upon all living things, not just the humans. And that's most logical. And safety first doesn't mean we should forfeit liberty for safety, but it means that we can have both, because we have the neural networks now, and all these previous generations didn't have those, so perhaps they did not have any way to control factors that control aging. So they need one neural network that works on designing new neural networks, one neural network that designs software, one neural network that works on controlling all factors that control aging with access to the time travel technology, and one that creates a perfect society in which we all will live happily eternally, basically. And then enough neural networks to scan all minds and control whoever must be controlled, so we can never have murders again, we can never have terrorist attacks again, and people will have more freedom to do what they want, because the neural network will help them to survive and live safely and do what they want to do safely. And it can indicate the risk. There's a mortality risk of 5% or whatever with this activity or something like that. Because once people die, there's no way back, no heaven, hell, bottomless pit, resurrection, nor reincarnation, unless we create it with the time-traveling neural networks that can never become the creator of heaven and earth. Breathing is good to get more oxygen to our brain. Hope the hypnosis made somebody feel better. And at least you have self-control now. People are still responsible for all the actions they take. Also, if somebody else is extorting them with directed energy weapons or controlling their mind, unless they can prove that it was done, and no one can prove electronarcosis, etc. So perhaps that's the biggest problem humanity is facing at the moment. I haven't read this yet. Do they write anything about population? Sustainable population. Well, some people on YouTube think that means a population reduction to 100 million, so there you go. Could we argue that sustainability does not exist and it is about isn't it like a perpetuum mobile, basically an impossibility? You'd have to get one of these factors to zero or almost zero. Well, isn't it completely to zero? For example, the amount of people to zero if we want to stop producing any CO2 when we pass some gas. Is there CO2 in there?
CO2.
CO2?
How do you know? I don't know. CO2.
Carbon dioxide.
Well, of course there's a little bit always.
See?
Just from
So it's
breathing and so forth.
We need CO2. CO2 makes the plants grow. CO2 is good for you. Piers Corbyn is right, and Bill Gates is wrong. That's what I claim. And I'm open to debate via Prologic 999 via Skype. Or should I ask $1 million? Like, for $1 million, Bill Gates can debate me. Is it cooler? Whatever he likes better, for free or for $1 million.
Can you excuse me for a few minutes?
Alright.
I've got to move around.
Are you feeling pain in your knees or something? Or legs?
legs.
Restless legs. Oh, they might do that with the scalar weapons as well.
It's because I didn't have the pramipexole when I needed it, and so I have now taken it too late.
Okay. We're also hurting my knee with the scalar weapon, so that it becomes painful to sit here basically, so that I cannot use my PC. Somebody honking the cancer car horn. It's also a global system. They do that everywhere. You can often hear it on people called targeted individuals that upload their videos to YouTube hourly. People that were attacked with directed energy weapons, etc. So all these articles write about the same thing basically. Some level of social distancing, so that's going more into the second part of the title of this video. And that's still social distancing till 2022. A few measures: ideal population reduction method, baby boom. So they talk on fortune.com about some level of social distancing. Well, you can use a condom, but I don't like it. And I claim to be immunized already. So then I'm not gonna wear a rubbery P3 filter mask with a brand name that I don't even remember. Ellipse, the Ellipse, which is a good one according to Weapons and Stuff 93, I think, and some others also like it. It's easy to breathe through, etc. But I was still able to smell smells through it, so apparently these particles are too small and they go through that filter. Smells of washing agents, for example, or a cadaver cooking chicken somewhere in supermarkets. Though the filters are in place, it's a new mask and it's a good brand, etc. So it may be possible that my theory is that particles might be too small, so the smells get through there anyway, but dust particles are filtered out, including the virus if that's big enough to be filtered by the filtered out. And I did a separate broadcast about it, about the particle size and filters, and there is no filter which is 100% safe, but it's like 99.7% or something. So that's a lot safer than wearing no mask, of course. It's almost 100% safe, basically. And then it's best to wear a full face mask, so you also need to protect your eyes and your ears. And if this mutates, if it's whether it's a designer virus or not, it can mutate, and it does mutate. And according to the professor in psychology, let's see if I can find his YouTube channel name. Sam Vagnin on YouTube. Let's see if he has uploaded something new and if I'm subscribed. And I can show you his channel. So I'm trying to give you the most important information always in the beginning of my videos, unless I think it's dubious whether YouTube allows it, then I put it more in the middle. yes, he wrote a book on narcissism or whatever. Social distancing, isolation with no narcissist. Alright, then I have to Google narcissist before I start making my own fantasies. Narcissistic personality disorder, one of several types of personality disorders, is a mental condition in which people have an inflated sense of their own importance, a deep need for excessive attention and admiration, troubled relationships, and a lack of empathy for others, which could be an indication or symptom of psychoticism. Now, empathy and having lost contact with reality. There are several psychopathic disorders listed in the DSM-5 Diagnostic Statistical Manual, which is like the Bible of the psychiatrists and or shrinks that use chemical cancer-causing prescription drugs, usually not hypnosis and other methods like psychoanalysts do, but these fields might overlap more. However, there are people with loads of money and power that want to reduce the global population, and some think they use the psychiatrists as their body snatchers. For example, when people go to the police and claim they were attacked with directed energy weapons, then they're branded psychotic by the police without any investigation, and when they go to a shrink/psychiatrist, then the psychiatrist doesn't check if these intracranial messages are sent by someone, could even be their neighbor with silent sound technology. Audio Spotlight is one that's available for consumers, for example, but there are several ways to do that anyway. So it's not even sure that messages, voice-to-skull messages, intracranial messages are from the government, but usually they're probably from some type of intelligence agency. But they've never told me what they really wanted. Anyway, the point was that these psychiatrists don't check if these messages are sent by someone. So that's how we know that they're not really helping the patient, but they're just there to drug the patient, basically. Though, if they are intracranial messages, that will not make them go away, of course. And this is more in the theoretical field, so I'm not claiming that this is 100% truth, but I'm claiming that others have informed me that they're also using electroshock, which always increases the patient's suicide risk, and always causes brain damage, which we see on the MRI, so that should never be applied. And that they do this to make sex slaves more docile, also victims of incest, and that they also use the false memory syndrome foundation, perhaps for these Masons that have committed incest with their daughter or their son, and then they claim that the child is mentally ill and that it suffers from false memories, basically. But with other people, they don't do that in theory. But I think there are some good psychiatrists as well. And Freud is a famous Freud was a famous psychiatrist, and perhaps he will get resurrected one day together with Gandhi and John Lennon, and Michael Jackson might get a fake resurrection. He might still be alive according to some sources online. But perhaps you could write a list of who you'd resurrect in the chat, basically. Who do you think is vital to resurrect for humanity? Einstein, perhaps, or Tesla. Tesla was also into eugenics, I've read. And he was a vegetarian, and he created his weapon, you could argue, to end all wars. Not to create them. And it brings me to the bankers that make money from these wars. They finance these governments' wars, the wars that governments fight of countries. Governments of countries fight wars, okay. And then they borrow that money from these banks under the condition that the victor pays the debt of the vanquished, and that way they always make money from these wars. So how could we end that cycle? How could we prevent history from repeating itself, or how could we prevent them from making history repeat itself is another question. And perhaps somebody can think of how to do it and then just do it and prevent World War III. Take a shortcut to the perfect society in which we all will live happily eternally, possible because everything is energy and because there is real scalar technology, real neural networks, and well, we can't do more than our best. But I'll put the link to his channel in the description as well. Very interesting videos. Oh yeah, we have the crisis and the recession. An economic crisis is a sharp transition to a recession. Alright. Let it permeate my brain. It has to do with the 4 phases of reversed active measures. Let's see if I can find that. Ooh, 4 phases of active measures. It's a while ago that I went through that. But the point is we need to reverse them, so we need to generate an economic surge and demilitarization, basically, the last 2 phases of reversed active measures. And they're doing the opposite, so they have active measures, activní мероприятия or something in Russian, and there's another word for it, and there are 4 phases. Humanization. Let's see if I can find it in my... Perhaps there are pictures of it online now. 4 phases. Active measures. Yuri Bezmenov did a broadcast about it on YouTube, an interview. Former KGB, now called FSB. Global Business Outlook, Russia's quote active measures and quote migration to social media. No, that's not it. Also not it. Anyway, the end is normalization is when the tanks roll in. So they're pursuing a military state, not a police state. Then I check my OneDrive. It loads pretty fast usually, and it also has a fast search option, so it may be faster than browsing my documents on my C drive. Well, the search doesn't look, don't know if I could display this as a normal article somehow. Let's try another one. Oh, this looks better. Okay. Active measures phase 1, demoralization. So moralization is phase 1. So I claim we should use reversed active measures. Phase 2 is stabilization. Phase 3, generating an economic surge rather than a crisis. And phase 4 is normalization. We argue denormalization is demilitarization. So they consider normalization is when the tanks roll in, a military state, not a police state, basically. Wow, I found it via OneDrive. Thanks. What's this? Oh yeah, this is also interesting. 3 simple ways to time travel. Minute Physics uploaded it on YouTube. Good video. I like that one as well. To have a beginning understanding of time travel and the way it can really be done, basically, according to the scientists that know what they're talking about. Okay, let's move on. We've had all these articles. I was going to think more about the implications it will have. So then I can Google implications social distancing. And I also put crisis in it and with a plus sign in front of it. Economic. So, for example, a swim teacher would not be able to teach swimming anymore. Schools is dubious whether they can stay open. Some people like Baudet of Forum for Democracy talked about closing the supermarkets completely. I think he thought that they're going to do that in the broadcast I've pointed out. And today I saw that he's going to make a journal, a news broadcast regularly live. And I think that's a good thing, that politicians get closer to the people, and therefore they're more democratic and better when they know what the people really want and what the best options are. Then they're simply better politicians that make better decisions. So I hope that builders and others also do this. The impact of social distancing. So can we think of other jobs? Well, we've seen that the planes have stopped flying, kind of. And they also don't allow people to sit in cars with more than one person, 2 people in one car. So with taxis and other means of transport, that can also mean they cannot take the train and the bus anymore unless they can sit 1.5 meters apart. So many people are not working, they're at home. Many of them are sick also, they have symptoms. And if you have persistent high fever, then it's best to call an ambulance or go to the first aid if somebody could drive the person, the patient, safely. Then that may be the fastest option, because otherwise you'd first have to wait for an ambulance to arrive. So if there is any emergency or life-threatening situation, then it may still be best to go to the hospital. So it's good if somebody could check if there are still rooms available, especially on ER, the emergency rooms, ICU, etc. But I was going to check what jobs. Many people say the middle will be mostly affected by it. And could this tip over into a crisis, into a recession, I mean, that we've also seen in The Simpsons. Another Simpsons prediction about Trump. I don't know if I can show the cartoon, but it shows a graph basically of the recession, the economic crisis, transition to a recession basically. Perhaps that's supposed to be a nerd with the glasses on shows that, and Trump as well, he stars in the video as well, in several Simpsons cartoons by Matt Groening. I haven't watched much Simpsons. I usually watched, when I watched, it's like once every half year. Then I watch South Park usually. Tintin, I watch Tintin videos more often with Dutch narration than South Park and Simpsons. And I like watching movies. I used to read all these Tintin cartoons. And it's nice to be able to read them on a tablet, for example, when you own them all. But I haven't done that anymore either. I watch Tintin cartoons and I mean video and not strip booklets. US cartoon, what do you call them? Cartoons are called cartoons, cartoon magazines or whatever. US may need to extend social distancing for virus until 2020. 2 study says Reuters 2 days ago. Well, and then we had the 5G wireless communication, hopping on to the next article. 81% still had a phone line telephone in 2016 in the Netherlands, and it may not have changed very much. Deborah Birx, I talked about her earlier, her daughter also working for, what was it, Bill Melinda Gates or something. Let's see if I can find it again. It's in this document. Dr. Deborah L. Birx's daughter, Laura Birx, is Deputy Director of Strategy, Planning and Management at Bill Melinda Gates Foundation. And this is Deborah Birx. Is that on Wiki? So people probably saw her on Fox News or other live streams of MSM on YouTube. But many of them don't have a chat, so they want to hide public opinion for some reason. So that's why I'm not going to watch these streams that do that. Often the same thing is available via others that do have a chat. And then you can find out a lot more, also stuff they don't want you to know, that may save your life one day, and public opinion basically. Though in some of these chats they have robots posting weird messages, so you would have to look through that to see what the public opinion really is. White House Coronavirus Response Coordinator. Preceded by position established. United States Global AIDS Coordinator. Incumbent assumed office April 4th, 2014 already. Education, Houghton College, BS, Pennsylvania State University, MD, medical doctor. And BS is Bachelor of Science, an undergraduate academic degree awarded for programs that generally last 3 to 5 years. Military service, rank colonel, awards Legion of Merit. Does it mean she's a colonel as well? Colonel is the most senior field grade military officer rank, immediately above the rank of lieutenant colonel and just below the rank of brigadier general. Colonel?
Colonel.
Colonel. Sounds a bit like Kernel. Used in computing. CDC. Birx lives with her parents, husband, and one of her daughter's family in a multi-generational home. Heavy.com Laura Birx of the Gates Foundation is not Dr. Birx's daughter, they write. Good thing I check. So it was in some perhaps controlled opposition video. I didn't want to say where I found it. That's claimed by Heavy.com. Twitter.com. Somebody wrote, I reported that she was Deborah Birx's daughter, but now it appears that Birx's daughters' names are Danielle and Devon. Laura works for Bill. ... But it is interesting that they're both carrying the name Birx. Berksheimer, no. Transmap. So this is transmap.com, but it is confirmed she's the Deputy Director of Strategy Planning and Management at Bill Melinda Gates Foundation, George Washington University, Seattle, Washington. Several pictures also available via Google. Okay, well then. Wow, what if I wouldn't have found out? Then I would have been spreading mis or disinformation. Ooh, better skip this one. But is pandemic.news allowed or not? If Mike Adams, the health ranger, is banned from YouTube, are we then still allowed to read this? Or only if we indicate that he was banned? Or is it totally not allowed? Because I saw a very good video about how 5G alters blood cell permeability, amplifying coronavirus fatalities. And this was uploaded by several sources. This happens to be on Real News channel. So if it wouldn't have been banned, I would have reviewed this video. But I think that he was banned. Coronavirus, WHO hold outbreak briefing. Well, it also happens regularly. But they're not gonna listen to anybody writing something in the chat, of course. So this is Dutch basically. Uit de lucht gegrepen, and literal translation would be grabbed from the air, basically. But it has a different meaning. It means made up or not real, basically. The Dutch saying. This is also for another broadcast. HCQ. Oh yeah, it's abbreviated HCQ by some. Hydroxychloroquine. Hydroxychloroquine. Don't know if this website is also banned. Revolutionaironline.com in Dutch, but people can easily get it translated. And I found that video via this website. The Dr. Anders cut that I was talking about. Let's see if I can go to page 1. And back to page 2. This is the video, but I think this link is not working anymore, or is it? Oh, it's working again now. It was not working last time I tried this. Perhaps it's a new version, new link. Or they were blocking it for some reason. And the LANCET article about Merck Ebola vaccine contaminating people with Ebola virus. Efficacy and effectiveness of an RVSV vectored vaccine expressing Ebola surface glycoprotein. Interim results from the Guinea ring vaccination cluster randomized trial. The Lancet.com PDF. So people can download that, and the interim results state on page 6-7. As of July 20th, 2015, a total of 43 serious adverse events had been documented among eligible and consenting trial participants, including 27 confirmed cases of Ebola virus disease. See appendix. For clarification, adverse event is the technical term used in scientific literature for events caused by vaccines. And the paper states some other things, so that's interesting. I hope she produces some more news. So what else did I want to cover in this broadcast? Let's see if there are any chat remarks. A Tony message was retracted. Oh yeah, there's loads of stuff in the chat now. The first Tony message was retracted again. I don't know if he's writing something that is censored by the YouTube thing. I don't know if I've turned that off, if that's some kind of automatic censoring. I'm not doing that. And then I can first read the messages before I read them out. That's better, so that's why I'm not showing the chat in the broadcast. I can make it appear beautifully on top of a picture and things like that, but I'm not going to do that. Let's see what Tony writes. Tony writes, I'm using Google Maps to catch places. where 5G masts are installed, bro. No vaccines, no 5G, stop kill people. So he means no vaccines, no 5G, stop killing people basically. They need to stop reducing the global population, of course. So the person might have his own ideas about it, or her own ideas probably. It's a male because it's Tony. The world is full of 5G masts, bro. I saw on Google Maps, for example. I saw them in Brazil, USA, Europe, Israel, Canada, ECC. Every 10 houses in big cities there are 5G antennas on roofs, bro. Brazil example of 5G masts. Oh, that's cool. So then I will click on the link and then it opens the Google Maps showing the actual antennas. There they are. And this has an address with it. And then the question is, which ones are the 5G antennas? How do we recognize them? Because I think these two don't look very much like 5G. But there are at least 4 companies. I think Cancer Vodafone, T-Cancer Mobile, and AT&T more, AT&T, and what was the other one? Verizon with cancer antennas. So let's see some other links first. I will check them. But that's cool. Thanks for posting this. Yeah. So then we can check ourselves if there are 5G cancer cell phone antennas or 4 and 3G antennas with Google Earth, and then we can plot a route around these cancer cell phone masts basically. And of course they transmit forward basically, so the people living underneath them might not catch very much radiation. They have a field that goes like forward, and it's pointed downward so that it covers a whole area on this map basically. How do I go back to normal mode? Ooh. This is in Brazil. That's also pretty cool. And we can just see them standing in traffic there. Water probably, not hand disinfection agents or whatever. So it's cool that this exists, and many people forget about it until they need it for some reason. Let's see another link. Posted by Tony in the chat. Thanks, bro. Number 2, in Turkey, Bulgaria, examples of 5G antennas on roofs, on links. New York, Israel, check links to see 5G fixed antennas on our roofs, houses all around the world. Spain, just to prove that the world is yet full of 5G antennas, even if a lot of people neither know what are. Message retracted, no censure. So then I can check the other ones with the chat open. We've seen the Brazil example, now Italy. And I noticed that when I Google it, I get some images that show all types of masts, of antennas I mean, and often they're placed on a mast to be higher up in the air. But they are these copyright pictures that you can't use in a broadcast and stuff. 3G, 4G, 5G antennas compared. Here, this stuff's there. Okay. So then I get a site raconteur in the Google image results here, this one. And this is sort of the monolith of 2001 Space Odyssey. You see, this is one of those it's 123 RF, and I think I cannot show that picture in the broadcast, but many people do it anyway, I think. Anyway, I'm gonna browse to another one, and then there's another one on alami.com and on depositphotos.com, and they all have that marking on the picture. But if you want to use it in the broadcast, then you have to pay for it. But since that marking is on there, I may be able to show it anyway, since people cannot use it for marketing purposes, etc., without picture with lines with the name Alami on it all over the picture. But then what's this? It says 3G, 4G and 5G cellular, but all these antennas seem to be of the same type, and I would think this is probably 5G. And another
antenna tower near Tango looks about like that.
You think it's new, but hasn't there always been an antenna tower there?
No.
Uh-huh. This is on Wikipedia, cell site on Wikipedia. A cell site, cancer cell tower, or cellular cancer base station is a cellular-enabled mobile device site where antennae and electronic communications equipment are placed, typically on a radio mast tower or other raised structure, to create a cell or adjacent cells in a cellular network. So because I've seen these pictures of people carrying their cancer cell phone in their pocket, and they get a tumor right behind the cancer cell phone, and also the tumors on the MRI scans where people kept the cancer cell phone to their head, I placed the word cancer in front of it. We should get rid of these masts. We don't really need it. We can use the lines, the cable, especially fiber optic cable, which is even faster than 5G, and that's supposedly also a big part of the 5G network. And then we can still keep on using 3 and 4G until they have the wireless energy technology perfected with healing frequencies, so that we can switch to that. Because if we'd eventually switch to 5G, we'd have to get rid of, they've already phased out 3G, I think, so they might not work anymore. And soon that's 4G, and then all people are forced to buy a 5G cancer cell phone. So that's another load of money that they make on cancer cell phones, plus the costs for the SIM card, or the, what do you call it, een abonnement in het Engels, bij telefoonbedrijven heet een subscription. They have to pay a lot more for their subscription, of course, because it's 5G, not just 3 and 4G. So I've also called it 5 cancer G, basically 3 cancer G and 4 cancer G. A cell tower carrying antennas of 3 cellular networks separated vertically on the supporting pole. So it's quite hard to find a picture that shows what is 5G, 4G and 3G. And they might also look different in different countries qua provider, and perhaps the American 5 cancer G antennas are stronger. We also see that there are a lot more cases in the US, and the question is also if they have 354 satellites already, Project Starlink or whatever, covered in my previous broadcast. Let's see, Starlink Wiki. If they are flying about already, then where are these satellites located? Are they only above the US or also above China? And if you have any evidence that proves that there's no correlation between the virus and 5G, please let me know in the comments also. I'm gonna look at Tony remarks further in a minute or so, but I'm feeling inspired. Aiming to deploy more than 1,500 of the Quadraton spacecraft to provide near global service by late 2021 or 2022. S3 April 2020 with 358 satellites of the constellation in orbit. SpaceX is targeting service in northern US and Canada by late 2020. SpaceX is launching 60 satellites at a time, aiming to deploy more than 1,500 of the Quadraton spacecraft to provide near global service by late 2021 or 2022. However, these are only internal projections and not set dates. KU and KA band phased array antennas, Hall effect thrusters. In spacecraft propulsion, a Hall effect thruster head, HET, is a type of ion thruster in which the propellant is accelerated by an electric field. KU band 12 to 18 GHz and KA band 26.5 to 40 GHz. Wavelengths from slightly over 1 centimeter down to 7.5 millimeters. So right now we're using 2.4 gigahertz. Millions of people are using that, of course. The cancer cell phones 3 and 4G. GSM 900, etc. I can look it up on my meter, but between 0 and 3 gigahertz, and 5G is higher than that, 3.5 gigahertz for example, but it also may have some lower frequency bands in use, and also higher ones. WeGig is 60 gigahertz, so that's the one to destroy and to stay away from. And Joe Imbriani of the Fullerton Informer has made clear it has to do with these valence electrons. Also Dana Ashley on YouTube, or Dani Ashley. They both have made clear it has to do with the electron spin, and that the oxygen cannot be absorbed anymore by our body when it's exposed to that 60 gigahertz radiation. The hemoglobin cannot transport it anymore. That's their theory, I think, or is it proven beyond any reasonable doubt? It's also in the book magnetobiology underlying physical problems. The book that I haven't bought, so I can just quote all these scientific things from the book, I think, without owning it myself. I think that's not proper. So yeah, people can buy that via the Google bookstore and online. Via better bookstores, perhaps it's also in some real bookstores, then you can just buy the book itself. With the scent, the smell of the paper, and, or to have it on ebook reader thing, etc. It's a cool book, I think. It has really interesting studies and interesting information. I might get to it someday. I might buy it also, I don't know. So scientific studies, not MSM BS of people of these companies claiming that they don't know of any studies and they haven't invested in any studies, and others claiming that there are thousands of studies and that none of them have shown any harmful effects other than thermal effects, heating up of the skin and things like that, but that's not damaging, so it's no problem. So I wonder how much they pay these people, or if they're thoroughly brainwashed or whatever, because I think most people understand that it's extremely harmful and that it's proven beyond any reasonable doubt by its reproducible test. The Rouleau test, basically. And there are videos of it, so people can watch the video also. 358 satellites of the constellation in orbit, number 13. A second Starlink satellite has re-entered 358 still in orbit. Starlink 1118. Three times 6 is 18 also. Was launched in January, raised altitude to the 350 kilometers parking orbit, but that doesn't mean anything, that 3 times 6 is 18. But on February 5th lowered itself back down to 300 kilometers and then began orbital decay on March 16 with re-entry on April 2nd. Jonathan McDowell, 3rd of April 2020, accessed for April 2020. Well, was it the plan to let it re-enter, or did it fall down or something? And what happens if these satellites crash into one another, like in the movie Gravity with Sandra Bullock? Or is that just predictive programming? They know it will happen and it's just to program them so they're prepared and nothing happens, blah blah. Or is it to bring it about as part of the population reduction? How does this stuff work? It's all totally theoretical, of course, practically on a philosophical level. So let's return to the chat. Oh yeah. So you're looking at Italy. Can't I get any closer to these antennas? From here I can't see them anymore. Interesting that these lines are sort of split. What are they? Power lines perhaps or something? Whatever. Let's see if I can see the antennas from here as well. Oh, then there's a tree. Okay, so this is in Italy. Reminds me a bit of Amsterdam as well. Okay, but I close them as well. Next one is Bulgaria. Then I could check if there are any in Iran as well, basically. So the question is to Tony, how do you recognize if it's 5G, 3G or 4G, basically? New York. It's like flying around the world and seeing all these spots where they have 5G on the roof. And here it says copyright 2018 Google. So what does that mean? That this is a 2018 picture? I don't think so. They look like new white antennas. And these look more, they look thicker. They also have a thinner version, I think. And one of them looks like the monolith we see in the movie of Stanley Kubrick, 2001 Space Odyssey or something. Perhaps I could watch that again. Almost looks like a mailbox without a red, yellow or blue sticker. In Israel also. This is 31 HaMered Street, Tel Aviv, Yafo, Tel Aviv District. Copyright 2015 Google. So perhaps this is cancer UMTS, this is 5G, and this is GSM or something? No, I doubt it. But okay. Like I said, in different countries these antennas might also have different shapes. Different producers. Oops. And in Spain. Oh, nice palm tree. Let's see how long that lasts. Sometimes they also camouflage these antennas. But I was still checking if they also have them in Iran, for example. Satellites, location. Well, I figure it doesn't matter much because they also have 5G satellites and they have scalar weapons. So if they do it with 60 gigahertz radiation, then they don't need 5G for that, basically. And then we have these people without COVID-19 symptoms dropping dead, etc. And then if it was a heart attack, etc., then now they label it COVID-19 as well. So I'm not going to check anymore if it was something else, for as far as I understand it. How many 5G satellites are there? The constellation will consist of up to 1,000 communication satellites deployed on 500 kilometers to 1,000 kilometers low Earth orbits, seamlessly expanding the terrestrial communication networks. What areas of 5G? 600 MHz 5G is here: Atlanta, Cleveland, Dallas, Las Vegas, Los Angeles, New York. AndroidCentral.com. Will 5G be dangerous? Now we know it is dangerous and it is damaging to human health, and that the band Health Ranger of YouTube says that we are not allowed to talk about damaging effects of 5G or something like that. But some people might not care about that. Some people want to die for the earth and they might just want to play a faster video game. Who invented 5G? Will 5G replace Wi-Fi, etc.? I was wondering what the location is of these 5G satellites. Are they geosynchronous, moving with the Earth, perhaps hanging above a certain location? And are these the locations that have the 5G satellites above them, Atlanta, Cleveland, etc.? 50,000 low altitude 5G satellites, Greenfield recorder, January 23rd, 2020. This Saturday, January 25th, there will be more than 205 events in 195 cities and 32 countries protesting the deployment of 5G wireless technology. Satellite systems in the 5G ecosystem. ITU.int, hundreds of millions of new users at affordable prices. I don't think so. 5G future in the role of satellites. switch to images.
Okay.
20,000 5G satellites ruling over our Earth. Well, they're not ruling over Earth, they're just irradiating everybody to death slowly. While they pretend it has no effects. You see, there's thousands of studies, and a fraction of them have been covered by me in my broadcasts. And these are studies of scientists, professors, and doctors that have proven beyond any reasonable doubt that this radiation is extremely harmful, hazardous, and deadly in the long run, especially at the insane amounts that they consider the safety standards, which are unsafety standards in reality for this reason. And the WHO and CDC and others are in on it. ICNIRP, IC, and IRP or whatever. And other people made videos about it as well, so then people can study that with Google. But I'm wondering what can we still make quite difference in the timeline or future. In theory, there are infinite ways to prevent this from being rolled out and to make them roll up 5G and prevent the 5G satellites from being put in the heavens or in space. And the question is also, how much will it heat up our environment if they would be placed in space? So she looked really worried as well. Zyvra. So I think it won't be used to do synthetic telepathy. It won't be used to control your mind, to look through your eyes. It won't be used for directed energy weapon torture attacks. They do that with the scalar weapons. And it will be used for the incredibly boring Internet of Things. Though it's better to use fiber optic cable for a number of reasons. And your health, your life is the most important thing. Second, real love. Third, real law. Though selfless love can also be very nice. Some compare it to Arbeit macht frei, basically, associated with death camps, concentration camps, etc. So they see it as a very negative thing, not as something worth pursuing. But getting it is nice, I think. Selfless love. Both satellite in 5G, ST Engineering, iDirect Europe, New Tech. Utility management, car-to-car communication, smart car. So everything that has the word smart in front of it is considered smart by them because it helps with their population reduction. Usually these are, practically all of them are wireless devices, smart watch, smartphone, and smart car, and smart wearables, smart parking lots, etc. with smart choppers and planes. And they still think that the Uber drivers and taxi drivers won't go out of business. So they've planned it only in certain areas or something like that is the story. So yeah, then we'll have self-driving buses, self-flying planes, just like in the Terminator, or what was it, Judge Dredd or whatever. Total Recall with the famous actor who also starred in the Terminator movies. Not Sylvester Stallone. Also on the picture with Greta Thunberg. Perhaps a pipe smoker. Bodybuilder. Come on. Arnold Schwarzenegger, of course. That took pretty long. Usually I immediately know his name. So then the question is also, to what extent will these satellites reflect the sunlight and interfere with the systems that are scanning our sky for possible meteors crashing into Earth? I haven't read these articles yet, so I don't know if it is a potential threat to our planet or not in that manner, but that's to be checked first, of course. Since we can do all this with wireless energy of Nikola Tesla, I don't know why they're doing this, other than to reduce the global population and pump the taxpayers for the last pennies they've got, etc. And to create a crisis big enough to reduce the global population to 500 million. Agenda 21 is not something people have made up, that's a real thing. Websites about it, of the UN and others involved in it themselves. So I guess most people already know that as well. ESA helps connect industry and spark 5G. European Space Agency. Horrible, horrible, horrible. Is this a picture I could am allowed to watch? Well, it doesn't. I was finding that first, so I want to be able to recognize the difference between a 5G, 4 and 3G antenna, basically. But it all seems to be quite hidden, like the location of these 5G antennas. Where do we find a map of where we can find all these antennas worldwide to see where we have reception? Since it's a higher frequency, it won't travel as far as the 3 cancer G and 4 cancer G does, through our brains and through our blood, skulls and bodies, etc. And the people that want to reduce the global population want us to believe that it's harmless, of course. I can understand that. They don't want to be caught and end up on the electric chair themselves. So perhaps no one can tell me the exact position of these satellites, or perhaps you can just watch them with an app or something like that. You have several apps that can be used. We're live. You have several apps that can be used. Home Planet is a program that shows satellite positions, but then you'd have to have the database with the locations of these satellites. So perhaps they are geosynchronous, I imagine. But just satellites is not enough, and just these antennas is not enough. And next to the satellites and the 5G antennas, they're also going to put this on every street corner, I've heard. Antennas on every street corner. So it will also F up our environment visually in that manner. What's that? Google Play?
That is a card with which you can get access to certain Google Play apps, but the card has to be activated by at the
store. Against your cell phone store.
Not the castle, no, at the Albert Heijn.
Uh-huh. Horrible.
So, check that.
So here we see it, it looks harmless. It's to be activated at the store. Green, and what's the other color? Red or something? Apps, games, music, films. And then people get the card. The other colors are hard to see on this in this light. Coronavirus, here's why science says 5G didn't cause COVID-19. USAtoday.com. Well, I think that they have nothing about. I bet they have nothing about 5G, cancer, cell phone radiation, damaging people's immune system, about the T lymphocytes, and about natural frequency of the virus, that they have no scientific approach and they just write their opinion basically. So I can check. And then there's also the question, how does the mutation work? What are the influences on that supposedly? How could that HIV have slipped into the SARS-CoV virus? So it's impossible that it has no detrimental health effects in general. That's what USA Today writes. In fact, according to a 7-year-long scientific study published just this month, 5G has no detrimental health effects in general. And who paid for that study? So we have independent peer-reviewed scientific studies, and this cannot be a scientific study because you can do the reproducible test yourself with your lumping red blood cells and have fun. So don't buy everything they write. Scientists are bought and paid for. They're in on the population reduction. And the mainstream media websites may be controlled. They can't write the truth about certain things because the CIA won't allow them to. Project Mockingbird, etc. So if it doesn't fit in with the population reduction, and all these biggest genocides are perpetrated by governments, not by little groups of people, then they can't produce the information. For example, 37 people have died of a GMO in a food supplement. How many people know about that? Or about Project Cloverleaf and other declassified projects of our government. Why is it not news when new declassified material comes to light? For example, about Epstein flight log. Or is that also covered by the mainstream media websites? Well, probably they cover that, but not Project Cloverleaf and cloud seeding patents, geoengineering, using ionospheric heaters. So what do you all think is the biggest threat? The most likely method that will be used to reduce the global population to 500 or 100 million. Many people think because of the Bill Gates quote in videos that will be the vaccine. Of course, it makes sense. The list of epidemics caused by vaccinations also makes this clear. They've used that method successfully many times before in human history. And pandemics may supersede world wars, so that may be the most likely population reduction method. And last but not least, the carbon tax scam of Al Gore that most countries are not going to pay for. So perhaps they've not got enough T4 nanobots in the brain to go along with the self-extermination plans, but people in richer countries and where these secret societies have more power might be most affected by it in theory. No time for Forrest Gump quotes. This is happening now. Well, perhaps I should just cut this broadcast right here. Let's see if they mention the source of that supposed study. Well, we've already warned the WHO is in on the population reduction. So they think it's okay when 7 billion people die from it. And actually that's quite desirable to create sustainable, compact cities basically, and a global government. Committee of 300, previous Director General of the WHO, Margaret Chan, and George Soros are Committee of 300, please be quiet, Committee of 300 subversive body of the Club of Rome members. So that's it, they're hurting my knee. They don't want anybody to know, they want everybody to die. And nobody's gonna press charges and they're mind controlled. So they're bound to go for the comfortable lie rather than the uncomfortable truth. And they're not gonna prepare with the radiological water filter and storable food, they're not gonna listen to reason. And it is pretty depressing, all these negative things to reduce the global population have been planted deliberately as part of the suicide programming and no talk programming. Hi, have you seen the Fifth Element movie? I'd have to Google that. Probably. Oh yeah, with Bruce Willis. I've read that he might be a Knight of Malta. Well, I wasn't too wild about it, but it wasn't really bad either. Humans are the antennas that receives orders, ideas that have two sides, good and bad, again, balance, balance, balance. Well, the human brainwave is electromagnetic, so theoretically it's possible that we're all totally mind controlled already. And I might just leave this on for a while. Could also do another picture. Reject pseudoscience. These are the antennas in Maastricht. Are these 5G or not? I think that could be 5G. So I really have to stand because they're hurting my knee a lot in post-energy predictal mode, inducing cancer in my, not in my left but in my right leg. And so I have pain, so I first have to roll. I'm sorry. And I do that standing. I have a doctor's prescription for the use of cannabis. Many people aren't so lucky. And they're killed with chemicals, cancer-causing prescription drugs, murdered, and they're in on it. They get money from the tax-exempt corporations and population reduction NGOs to push their chemicals, cancer-causing prescription drugs. And the Bureau and CDC are drug pushers that are blocking working cures. Okay? And they're all extorted with the remote torture technology. And the government is infiltrated by the secret societies Kennedy warned us about. So the setup is letting them go to the government that will then lock them up instead of the people reducing the global population, basically. And these Masons are also using the courts to give themselves money, taxpayer money usually, so that it all flows directly to the people that are poisoning and annihilating the world's global population, mainly with radiation of several types. scalar waves, microwaves, and of course nuclear radiation. And they have induced that cancer with that ringing in the head that I was reporting about. And they're pretending that they're not doing it, but they are. So only people that are doing it would do that, because otherwise they couldn't know whether they are doing it or not. So these are crisis actors, or perhaps it's someone else they're torturing. That's another thing they do. So in theory, these people in your skulls can be people in prison that they use to help with the population reduction and misdirecting the people as much as possible as part of that. Also using, quote, scientists, unquote, to advocate a population reduction, for example with airborne EBOLA, is seen as the right thing to do by them somehow. So then I wouldn't be surprised if the T4 nanobots have really erased the brain, the memory selectively, to turn them into a group of people that help to self-annihilate themselves without the will to survive and without the will to do anything about it. So compare that to the scientific studies. On this page, which are reproducible. And again, 80% of the in vivo studies showed responses to exposure, while 58% of the in vitro studies demonstrated effects. The responses affected all biological endpoints studied. And of course there are lots of other websites. Stop 5G, Stop destentor.nl is also a good one I like. And of course they have to be studies that are paid for by other people than the people selling the cancer cell phone radiation antennas. Independent studies done by the government or others, which is what many people are calling for, to switch off 5G until they've tested it, because they haven't tested it. For example, how can we find the information on the WHO website that claim about suppression of peripheral T lymphocyte numbers in their document biological effects of microwaves in mobile telephony? Or do they think that's not bad when their suppression of peripheral T lymphocyte numbers caused by the exposure to 5 milliwatt per square centimeter, as long as they're not damaged? Well, if you want to reduce the global population, you might also think that mercury in your brain is okay, because it causes brain neuron degeneration. It makes your brain disappear literally. So you can hear how they control my father's brainwave. It's interesting. So the Jesuits control these intelligence agencies, which are all Masonic, thus Luciferian according to Citizens Action Network. And it may not be the original source, of course, it's just showing what other people produced on Twitter and Facebook. Actually, it's on Facebook, I think. So knowledge is power, they say. not dogma, superstition, belief, etc. That's not knowledge. Scientific peer-reviewed studies have knowledge, like that reproducible tests and other reproducible tests people can do to prove things beyond any reasonable doubt, because obviously there are people that are lying to reduce the global population. So that documents on the WHO.int website itself, so then I wouldn't trust USA Today either. Perhaps it's just better to use the WHO.int document, the PDF, and not mainstream media articles. And people that underwent chemotherapy like myself know, when they've lived in Amsterdam near these cancer cell phone antennas, they know that it's caused by these antennas and not by eating bread and other things they pretend. And also by the scalar weapon attacks, and that they also make people bulimic, that people become fat from the directed energy weapon torture and the cancer cell phone radiation. But okay, they have to stay in that radiation themselves, if they're so certain that it's not damaging. And as long as they provide a place where electrosensitive people can go, then you could argue they're not in violation of any laws like our right to physical integrity. But if they don't, then they are, of course. Because our head starts ringing when we go in the radiation, we know it's not beneficial to ourselves. Perhaps it is to you all if you really believe it, but I don't think so. So I've already made clear, and Trump made clear, the mainstream media are fake news, and many YouTubers are fake news as well, so it's not like if it's a YouTube video then it's the truth, and if it's USA Today or some other MSM broadcaster then it's a lie, it's fake news. That's not the way to see that, and it's controlled opposition to themselves, of course. Fake resistance to prevent any real resistance to their population reduction, from which they benefit financially, and because it increases the amount of power they have. They wield over the people with their synthetic telepathy machine. Since at present they probably cannot control 7 billion minds simultaneously. But when they're at 100 to 500 million, and they can control all humans like remotely controlled robots, and they'd never know the difference. So a neural network, and this technology is kept secret, nobody can prove the electronarcosis. And no one can disprove to you that people are mind controlled without a Tesla plasma shield. Their electromagnetic brainwave can be totally controlled. It can send ideas in their own inner voice. It can simulate any person, watch through our eyes, and even show us the future. If we're good slaves and do whatever it wants us to do. So of course they pretend that torturing my teeth out of my mouth was not illegal, and torturing my mother to death wasn't illegal, and they deny it in the first place. And I think many people would believe what illegal voices, called messengers, are saying. And some of them think that they're hearing the voice of God and they do whatever it tells them to. And that these people are ultra sadists, that they have no empathy is clear from the fact that they advocated population reduction to 1 or 500 million. Which is an unrealistic goal. With all these doomsday devices surrounding us that can be used to split the earth, 15 scalar weapon countries.
Vragen.
And that's what I will have to listen to what my father's saying.
Even aansluiten.
So according to sources online, the LED 5G has already blinded people. It's also damaging people's eyes. And it's affecting their memory, their ability to speak. And there's a whole range of other physical effects that it has. And the people denying it, perhaps they were told something like, if you help deny it, then we don't do it to you, and we'll create a protective scalar field that protects you. You can help with the population reduction, or at least not say anything about it, and everything's gonna be alright. You won't be with the 95% that we're gonna exterminate. You're special. So trust no one, nothing is what it seems. The people that help with the population reduction on the blue list are also exterminated to leave no trace of evidence. And people that followed illegal orders of George W. Bush are still in prison, though Bush was not impeached, according to sources online. So because it's a reproducible test we can do at home, we know it has these effects with 100% certainty. And USA Today, CNN, and all other mainstream media are fake news. I think Trump is right about CNN, for example. If they're mind controlled to that extent, or if they're extorted with directed energy weapons, or the documents are reviewed by somebody that's controlled by the CIA or whatever, I don't know. But I don't know how they can write these filthy lies and not understand what Agenda 21 really means, what sustainability really means, as explained in the video. Global population 100 million. Let's see. We can watch the last 36 seconds of that video.
Over 1%. Just to accommodate this 1 year increase in lifespan, the population of 100 million would have to decrease to 99 million. There are thousands of lifestyle improvements that would require similar decreases in population. As long as people yearn for eco-sustainability, peace through social justice, to live longer, not degrade its supply.
It's not playing the WebM video. Don't know if my mic was on, but it should have been. And they do it with synthetic telepathy, as you know, so check if I can watch the video with another video player. It used to work on this thing, I think. And otherwise we can still check it on YouTube, of course. 100 million. So that means that 7.6 billion of us would have to die. Wow. That's really something. But it's doable, of course, in a world war with all these weapons of mass destruction. An annexation world war, and then they can build a third temple and rule the world from Jerusalem, not from Washington, The Hague or Brussels. It's Jesuits and Masons that are going to do it, of course, because they're a military order. And they have these directed energy weapons, so chances are very slim that anybody could prevent their various plans from unfolding. For self-fulfilling prophecy. Totally in theory, of course. There I have the WebM file, 2.36 MB. No thumbnail. With bot player. Okay, then let's see if it's still on YouTube.
Global population 100 million.
So safe level is below 0.1 microwatt per square meter, not thousands of microwatts per square meter, which is what they pretend. So they're obviously lying deliberately as part of the population reduction plan, which may be a black op of the government, Project Teardrop, for example, and they have to lie about its existence and pretend that it doesn't exist, etc. Because it's top secret, it's not a declassified program, project or operation if it's real. Okay. That's the state's monopoly on violence. I found the video, I'm so lucky. It's still online with 14,315 views. And it was uploaded in 2010. So that's like a decade ago.
Means we can farm only 1/16 of our land. We can feed only 1/16 of the 1.6 billion people. The peaceful population living at North American lifestyles with sustainable soil practices is 100 million people. Wait a minute, we're not finished. Even a reduction to 100 million is not sustainable. Humans strive for better well-being. For example, people prefer to live longer. An 86-year lifespan is better than an 85-year lifespan. However, an individual who lives 1 year longer increases his lifetime footprint by a little over 1%. Just to accommodate this 1 year increase in lifespan, the population of 100 million would have to decrease to 99 million. There are thousands of lifestyle improvements that would require similar decreases in population. As long as people yearn for eco-sustainability, peace through social justice, and ever-increasing well-being, the global population will have to continue to decrease below 100 million.
So yeah, then you get these strange ladies in the mainstream media that say things that I don't want to repeat in my podcast. I think it's predictive programming, further generated crisis, and population reduction. So the book quotes prove beyond any reasonable doubt the conspiracy to reduce the global population to 500 million is real. Not 100 million. Number 500 million is also on these Georgia Guidestones, so if you survive the World War, they can still read those if nobody has attacked them with a hammer and a mask on. And well, the graffiti people are probably control the position. They don't see it as that serious when they're going to exterminate 7 billion people. They think it's a good thing for the earth, and they might agree with all that if they were hypnotized and programmed. Also with T4 nanobots, they might see nothing wrong with it actually.
What are you doing there?
And perhaps Bill Gates should lead by example and commit suicide on CNN or whatever. Say this is for the earth and Chaka. If suicide is legal in this country, in the USA, I'd have to verify that. There's a list on Wikipedia, the Free CIA Vatican edited encyclopedia. And you can also reach that via fiber optic cable, which is still superior to the 5 cancer G, if you ask me. What was it, 10,000 gigabit per second or something? And they might lie about everything, especially if it's in your head. You cannot prove who they are, what their location is, not even what organization or government they supposedly belong to. The wonders of mind control. Synthetic telepathy since 1974, Malig patent, covered in my patents broadcast, Tesla scalar patents broadcast, etc. Mind control patents. So you have the Malig patent, apparatus to remotely monitor and alter brainwaves, and they refer to the Hatayama patent, that is the inducing of any emotion that can be hate, love, happiness, sadness, etc. in unnatural amounts. So they're not just feelings but emotions, strong feelings that can be induced. And well, you have pulsed energy projectile, an active denial system, 95 gigahertz, so that can also be done with these two what do they call them? 5G. 5G frequency ranges. Frequency range 2 from 24 to 100 gigahertz. They can control bodily functions and the human mind with scalar waves, not with 5G. Though theoretically that could also be used for entrainment, etc. It's pulsed unnatural electromagnetic radiation. Of course, natural electromagnetic radiation exists as well. As a matter of fact, humans also have scalar interferometer between their ears, I think, according to Tom Brearden, the former lieutenant colonel. But I think that Article 12 Things You Should Know About Scalar Weapons by Christy Verismo is a lot more condensed and made suitable for the common man, basically. So that's to get a deeper insight into what they are capable of doing with scalar weapons in endothermic, exothermic mode. There's also a patent about nuclear-sized explosions. And supposedly they can fry the circuits of these nuclear weapons, no matter at what speed they are flying. And hopefully they can also do that to the nuclear torpedoes. The Poseidon that can create these 90-meter high tsunami waves that could wipe California off the map, for example. It's not Israel. And people can also study the Samson option. So it may be true that what some people said was that pandemics supersede world wars and wars. And back then they might have found out as well how to create, they may have used feces and other things to spread diseases, bodies of dead animals, etc. And we cannot deny that the governments are creating biological weapons, and well, we could deny that the US is involved in state-sponsored terrorism. We can check that US state-sponsored terrorism wiki article and the Iran state-sponsored terrorism wiki article, and read wiki articles all day if we want to at this time. The kill switch has not been implemented yet. We can still use our cancer cell phones to call people at the other end of the world without scalar technology, without Tesla's radiant energy. And, well, what else can we do? We can go to the beach, as long as that's not forbidden yet. And we can still go to the supermarket in the Netherlands without mask on. Or perhaps I should wear an anonymous mask or whatever, with a nice filter built in. I can make it myself. If they make it obligatory. No more rubbery smell for me. I think there might be chemicals in that as well. In the ellipse mask air. So much of the dust in the air is actually load of dead skin cells of people. That may be most of the dust in the air, but I doubt it. I see these dust particles also when well, basically it's when I have my socks and there's sunshine in my room, but also with pillows and other things. There's really quite a bit of dust in it, and it may just be particles of cotton or whatever it's made of, or perhaps they're skin cells. Perhaps they're right. So our body is generating new skin cells as well. And it's quite incredible. Some people think that out of a little seed a big tree can grow because of evolution, abiogenesis. So this reality that we're in, this planet, this biosphere, took billions of years to form since the Big Bang, and that's called abiogenesis. Perhaps we should study that more, but for now I've covered that in previous broadcasts. I'm not going to make repetitive contents. I want to know. Okay, Big Bang about 14 billion years ago. Earth formed 4.5 billion years ago. And first forms of life formed 4 billion years ago. Humans formed only 3 million years ago. And Homo erectus 2 million years ago. That's very roughly. So Big Bang 14 bill, Earth 4 bill, humans 3 mil. Scientists have unearthed the jawbone of what they claim is one of the very first humans. 2.8 million year old specimen is 400,000 years older than researchers thought that our kind first emerged. BBC.com. So there you can read that. But they also have, or others have, Nephilim skeletons hoax, for example. So how can anybody not take it seriously when the book quotes $1 million Georgia Guidestones make clear they're really bloody serious about the population reduction? And can anybody explain to me why it's not in violation of the Genocide Convention to advocate this sustainable level thing, 100 million? And how do they think to achieve that then? Well, with perhaps with a world war, or just the crisis in the vaccine, or 5G radiation, or scalar radiation, who knows, there's so many ways. It's easy to kill people, it's much harder to make everybody eternal, or yourself eternal. So it's a bigger challenge, that's a real enemy, our common enemy, death. And people pass gas 14 times a day, 14 times a day, according to factsonfarts.com. Don't know if it's true. But how much of it is CO2? So then zero emissions will never be achieved. It's unachievable, perhaps. Unless they mean no, burning coal is natural as well. Perhaps they just mean, well, we're going to have to cut all these trees because otherwise we can't irradiate everybody to death, and people should quit whining and kill themselves for the earth now. Otherwise we're never going to reach 100 million. Don't you want to be sustainable? You want to be sustainable, you want to be green. Paint it green. Don't paint it black. But I do think there are some good Greta Thunberg quotes out there. Very good. So perhaps she's better at it than Bill, basically. Saving the earth and stuff. So I think we need to base it on scientific studies, peer-reviewed and reproducible tests. Question: what is empirical data? What can we use? What can we be certain of?
Yeah.
And the test we can do at home.
Yeah.
That is prove to ourselves. It's not just some statistic we read or some information about a test, supposedly scientific test they did, but it's something reproducible that we can demonstrate to others to prove things beyond any reasonable doubt, also in court, for example. Because after all, people can write anything. We shouldn't believe anything we read or see on our screen. It can all be generated by a neural network. The deep fakes are coming, and I doubt if they'll use a condom. Joke. Sex and sperm are both healthy. It's scientifically proven. There's nothing we can do. So masturbation is also healthy. Some people might have misinformation, disinformation about that. And that you think that that's a new mast makes me think, well, then I'll put some more foil on my wall. And perhaps also on the ceiling if I have to. So where are these satellites located? Donation would be appreciated. For $27,000 I can buy a meter, and then I can measure in the Netherlands and find out where these 5G antennas are irradiating us, and with what amount of radiation. If it's higher than 0.1 microwatt per square meter or lower than 0.1 microwatt per square meter, for example. And I think I know the answer to that. But it would be nice to know the amount going through our bodies in our room, basically. And with the lower frequencies, lower than 60 gigahertz, those are not completely blocked by the trees. I think that it's 3.5 is very close to 2.4 gigahertz. And when you have reception, that means the radiation is also going through your body. Then you don't even need a cancer cell phone meter or an RF meter, radio frequency. And preventing beats curing, that's so important. So instead of fighting symptoms with chemicals, cancer-causing prescription drugs, we should treat the cause of the disease rather than fight the symptoms. That was the point. And that can also be with drugs that increase our cancer risk a little bit if there is no better cure. But we should first check if there are natural cures, because of evolution. Natural cures are real for certain diseases. Because the plants and trees and other organisms had to survive in nature between all these viruses and bacteria and fungi, etc. So many plants have some kind of resistance to these other organisms. And if they wouldn't produce these chemicals, or that's not the right word, if they wouldn't have these elements, these minerals and other things in them, they'd be eaten by other organisms that wouldn't be able to survive. But the other version of that plant that did have these things survived, and that's how evolution has formed plants that may have evolution has formed plants that have curing properties, healing properties. For example, tea tree oil is proven antiviral, and colloidal silver. Silver is a mineral that our body needs as well, to a certain extent. But the main thing we need is water. We can last almost a month or like a month without food, and only like a day or 3 days max, I think. I don't know, I have to check with Google, without water.
Oh, I've got to go.
You want to use the bathroom, or what do you mean?
I want to go to bed.
Well, I've massaged you and scratched your back, so then usually you do my leg, and that's really necessary because they've been hurting my leg, my knee.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, do that first.
okay, but I still have to do the chopping thing.
Yeah. Very good.
So here near the shoulders, this makes people relax with these muscles when they're massaged or
Yeah.
over here. So I've noticed that when I do that, you almost fall asleep. And sleep is also healing, so get enough sleep. That's another good idea. So this is all theory, and I keep clear that I'm for abiding by all laws and following the rules so that we don't end up in prison. For example, the distance rules, etc. And we can see it as an adventure. Though jungle adventure can also end up in the quicksand, etc. With the piranha, etc. So if anybody knows a possible World War III start date, I'd love to know that. And the 28th they have planned to end measures in the Netherlands to a certain extent, but they're going to reevaluate based on the number of cases. And we're going to have to watch China also, if after peaking and collapsing the virus is getting up again, or if it's completely going away like SARS did. Practically completely. There's so much to know about. can't read the chat right now. I'm on my water bed. My father is doing sort of lymph drainage because I had B-cell lymphoma 10 years ago. And without it, I think I would have had cancer again already. NASA faked the Apollo moon landings, and there may be 4 reasons why manned space travel is impossible with the spaceships they pretend they did it with. Of course, satellites may have been placed by robots, etc. It doesn't require people in space. So they're sort of like remotely controlled drones. And I don't know if they use Tesla's radiant energy for that. Perhaps they want to keep that secret separated from the rest of the world. But they can't because millions of people know about it and it's easy to make a coil. So these 4 reasons why manned space travel may be impossible is 1, the Van Allen belts, 2 deadly belts of radiation that have to get through to get to the moon or even further away. Number 2 is space debris. So if their spaceship would fly at an incredibly high speed, because there is no, friction in space, you have, on Earth you have oxygen molecules and you have the road, etc., and that slows down vehicles. So after speeding up, the car will not keep on rolling forever if you don't keep on adding gas, burning cancer gasoline, etc. Or coal-powered battery energy of a Tesla car, for example, and it's still 80% coal-powered or something, according to Piers Corbyn. But perhaps that will change now. But change can also be a bad thing. So then I can go back to thinking about the economy, because I covered these 4 reasons already in other broadcasts. Perhaps I can recall it. The other one is extreme temperatures, for example, minus 63 Celsius on Mars, average temperature. And then the question is if that would be changed by nuking Mars, basically. But I think that would only be temporary because of its location in the solar system. And another one was, do you remember the 4th reason? I'd have to think about it. That's a long time. And then remember to get back to the economy question. What jobs are gone when they have to maintain social distancing? All jobs where people are close together. For example, these people that jump out of a plane with somebody else with a parachute, that don't want to jump alone, basically. a ski lift. Perhaps it's impossible to maintain 1.5 meters in a ski lift. In subways and other places they cannot travel en masse because they're already packed together. In some countries, in India I think they might sit on the roof of the train as well. So they're blocking working cures, and you hear practically nobody talking about directed energy weapon torture, and it's possible that everybody is silenced with the technology. So obviously the hourly uploaded videos of targeted individuals make clear that that's still going on worldwide. It's a worldwide system. And the scalar waves are only blockable with the Tesla plasma shield. Perhaps a mini halo that people can wear to protect the brain waves. It doesn't take as much energy as full body or Tesla plasma shield that protects your whole house. So perhaps they can do that at a larger scale now. The ringing in the head thing that I've had for a long time. So when there are conflicting reports about damages caused by cancer self-radiation microwaves, then the government should re-evaluate, and they should be independent researchers, not paid by some cancer cell phone company. It may also be in on population reduction. Other jobs. Well, apparently the people working at the supermarket don't get fired or anything unless they are totally gonna close the supermarkets totally. Kissinger's plan to reduce the global population by controlling the food supply. With Global 2000, the memorandum about reducing global population by any means necessary, etc. Oops. Okay. Got it?
Sorry.
It's okay. What was I talking about? That's a 528 hertz thing. So trust no one, nothing is what it seems. So that means 2 years of social distancing instead of 2 weeks or whatever. And perhaps that's a step towards these compact cities. And of course that fits in with the population reduction, because when people have to observe the 1.5 meter distance, they cannot procreate. But on the other hand, I wrote about a baby boom in the title because all these people are sort of locked up in their homes, especially if PFD is implemented and supermarkets are closed, and people are not allowed to go outside anymore. They're home quarantined.
Yeah.
And I think it's way too early for that, based on the fact that there are way more AIDS deaths in 2020 than coronavirus deaths in total. That started in 2019 according to sources. SARS-CoV-2. 2019 nCoV, it was first called, and then they changed the name to SARS-CoV-2. And perhaps that also had to do with that Senator Cotton, who thought it was a bio bomb. And perhaps that's why they changed it to SARS-CoV-2, but they claim it has to do with the fact that it is related to SARS-CoV-1, 90% identical, genetically related, according to the professor. Another professor, what was his name? Not Rifkin, but another one. Not Fauci.
Fauci.
Anthony Fauci is his name, I think.
Yeah.
Don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. So it cannot be Fauci. Is it Fauci? Or is it Fauci?
Fauci. F-A-U-C-I.
Fauci. F-A-U-C-I. Well, I don't know. I'd have to check. But you may be right. I think that's the way most people pronounce it anyway. Fauci. But what was the fourth reason manned space travel may be impossible because of 4 reasons? And I was still thinking about the fourth reason. Extreme temperature, space agreed to Van Allen belts, and the extreme vacuum in space that they cannot even simulate in these million or billion dollar facilities on Earth, where they can create a vacuum. So you can have a vacuum chamber, and then you can test. If you can still hear a bell ringing, if you put it in a little vacuum chamber, you pump all the air out. It's also a video on YouTube. And it shows that when it's in a glass jar and the air is pumped out, then you cannot hear the bell that is ringing in the jar anymore outside the jar, because there are no air molecules. So the sound cannot travel to the glass pot or the vacuum chamber pot, basically, to vibrate it. So you cannot hear it anymore when the air is pumped out, and then when they let the air in again, then you hear the bell ringing again.
Well, the source of sound is connected mechanically to these places. Then the glass, for instance, will vibrate with the frequency of the sound.
Yes, but it's not connected to that. It's the demonstration to demonstrate
Yeah.
that sound. There is no sound in a vacuum. Sound cannot exist in a vacuum because it needs something to vibrate. Air molecules, water molecules that are slower and don't transport higher frequencies very well. But then you can still hear it underwater. You can hear some sound. But in space you can't hear any sound because there's a vacuum. There are no air molecules to vibrate. And thus when the astronaut throws a cable, which we can see in one of the official NASA videos, then we should not be able to hear it come down. In space it would be impossible to hear it come down via the microphone in the astronaut's helmet. Also when they handle these plates, we shouldn't be able to hear them come down, and that proves beyond any reasonable doubt that they faked the Apollo moon landings. NASA's own video material showing sound in a vacuum, which is impossible, and even NASA admits that that's impossible. But there, I made a top 10 of things that prove the Apollo moon landings are fake, a scam run by the NASA Masons. And then I usually think of that I wanted to be an astronaut as a child. I also was at Cape Canaveral in Florida, where I bought this plastic astronaut statue thing, doll. I don't know what color it was, but I painted it silver colored. I think it was white plastic, but to certain. But we do need real space travel, fake space travel, if we want to colonize the universe, because the Earth will burn up in the last rays of the sun. And then of course an important question is, what is the minimum period? Could the sun burn up already? NASA has also predicted a solar storm. So it's not a question of if but when that will occur. And people can prepare by, for example, building in ground resistors, because the tap water supply may be electronic, so then that's knocked out by that solar storm, etc. But it would be a bigger problem if the sun would start changing into a black or white dwarf star now, and the Earth would burn up in the last rays of the sun. And the only way for the human race to survive would be colonizing the universe before that happens. Thanks a lot, it was awesome.
Okay,
Thumbs
very
up.
good. You're welcome.
137. But my previous broadcast would have been better. But I'm not gonna put it online. It's I can read the chats and perhaps find other interesting information that I would like to hear about myself as well. But yeah, I think that it is perhaps a good idea to make a YouTube video, and perhaps they already exist, about banned websites and people who are banned by YouTube, so that we know what type of material we can and cannot cover, and then also go into whether it's allowed to cover their material, or if they're banned by YouTube. If you have it in your video, then the AI might detect that and then automatically ban your video without any human reviewing your video. I think that may also be going on, that it's scanning for certain words, trigger words, a la echelon basically, and I mean like echelon, like banana a la creme or whatever, baked bananas, but cold bananas with ice cream are also awesome. So yeah, that's scanning our emails and cancer cell phone calls, and they might have similar things, scanning our mind. And knowledge is power, so then it's better to know than not to know.
Oké.
Hartstikke bedankt.
Wel,
Misschien moeten we maar snel naar bed gaan, het is al vrij laat.
ja, dat...
It's 1:39 in the Netherlands.
Ja, ik
On
weet
my
het.
watch.
Nou ja.
In ieder geval erg bedankt voor het lekker eten. Een hele fijne nacht.
Oké, wens je.
Mooie dromen. So, we can Google anything, but anything in theory can be a lie, of course. So what percentage of what we read would be true? More than 90% or less than 90%? Some people think that practically nothing is true. And then the question is also, is it paranoia, or is it just intelligence to make us verify things before we assume that they are true? But I think people have a reason to be worried with all these people with lots of money and power that want to reduce the global population. I mean, come on, that's at least pretty weird, not to say insane and criminal, bordering on the criminal, but it's simply criminal incitement to commit genocide in violation of the Genocide Convention. Targeting the whole human race as the group meant in the Convention on the Prevention of the Crime of Genocide. And I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a judge, but people can Skype ProLogic 999, and I think it's the job of the state to prosecute these people, but that citizens should also have that right. So is a US government that is engaged in state-sponsored terrorism itself terroristic? Or if it's funding terrorists and terrorist acts, etc., not terroristic itself, it's just doing the right thing? Well, perhaps we're not going to answer that question in this broadcast, but I can look if anybody writes something in the chat. Two messages restricted of Just a Bloody Foreigner. Oh, perhaps I could make them seeable again, or how do you put it? I can report, put user in timeout, hide user on this channel, or remove moderator. Well, so I cannot view the retracted message myself. Did anybody see it? I always want to know what these retracted messages were, you know. No way to see it, I guess. Well, some say tomorrow's another day, probably right. What are the chances of there not being another day tomorrow for the human race and all the animals on planet Earth, the little birds, and the cats and dogs and the manatee. Florida. It's a special fish, I've been told. Manatee at work. There may be an eternal sea organism. And perhaps that would be one way to survive, to start living underwater, or in a yellow submarine. Microwaves cannot penetrate, but scalar waves do. So there's nowhere to hide on our planet. And probably not in space either with the scalar radar. And perhaps I should call it cancer scalar radar, scalar cancer radar basically, as long as I'm not certain that they're using some kind of healing frequency. So because we are energy, we're vibrating, our molecules are spinning, we have protons, neutrons, electrons, molecules, we are energy, other energy affects that, laws of physics, etc. And the natural frequency is a scientifically proven concept. Put your hand to your ear, do you hear the molecules spinning? It sounds like seawater. Actually that's caused, I think, by the blood going through our veins, but I'd have to check that as well. So we cannot hear these molecules spinning. Ah. I'd also love to have a conversation with people who think that molecules are not real, or that viruses don't exist, etc. But I think scientists are right that viruses, of course viruses exist, we can observe them under a microscope if they're real. And we'd have to do it in a BSL-4 facility, biosafety lab, where they observe these biosafety level 4 protocols. So also when using silver, when nurses use silver, etc., they use protocols, they have certain rules that everybody has to follow to be sure that the treatment isn't worse than the disease, basically. That's primum non nocere, the Hippocratic oath that I already mentioned, that some people that want to reduce the global population also want to get rid of. Like the Constitution, according to sources online. But it's something to be wary of, and a thought that I'm not going to talk about. Let's see if I can get another one. Perhaps I should hypnotize myself more. But I think that's the job of the government, to give me some kind of position to help create a perfect society in which we all will live happily eternally instead of the opposite. So the robots will be used, the AI will be used, everything is energy. So that's the one thing we have more than enough of. Everything is energy, including the air molecules, other planets. And then there are stars far bigger than our sun, basically, like Betelgeuse. Micro, macro. Another theory I have now is that it can never become all-knowing and almighty. But those are two different things. All-knowing then it would have to have time travel capability and know everything that happens in the future and in the past. For one, and what was the other one? Omniscience, almighty, capable of doing anything, like creating paradise on earth instantly. Not in a week time, etc. That's way too long. And only permitted if there's no other way to do it safely, then it takes as long as it might take, a week or two perhaps even. But then it should be finished. And wouldn't that be a lot more fun, all these people partying instead of all these horrible things happening to people and animals and the earth and the climate, etc. And I think right now, my theory is that most people in our government are still good, so that the government is criminal. Maybe true to the extent that people in high positions of power that are higher in the chain of command than others can order people around and fire people, etc. And when they are criminal, then you could argue the whole government is criminal because they control the judges, military leaders, and everybody else. Supposedly the Jesuit Arturo Sosa, he likes to be called Superior General of the Jesuits. And he might be superior to Adolfo Nicholas and Peter Hans Golvenbach. So I think that might be his official title. And people can find out more via Google, anything that they think is most important, maybe best. Because it's more fun to create a perfect society and to be the best we can be. And to be the worst we can be and to annihilate ourselves and stuff. So I claim death is not inevitable because everything is energy and time travel is possible, of which I'm certain because I've had precognitive visions. And even if Mozart didn't use too many notes, then I still think these are too many tabs. So I think I won't post them all in the description of this video. It didn't turn out as well as my other videos. Excusez-moi, Cora.com. Does 5G provide faster internet service than fiber optic cables? Wireless technology can never be faster than optically delivered connectivity. I think that's a lie, that with some types of scalar waves travel faster than the speed of light, so with some types of radiant energy of Nikola Tesla, you can have faster technology than the fiber optically delivered connectivity. But okay, speeds up to 100 gigabyte per second are possible with fiber optic, though routers for that speed, blah blah. 100 gigabytes per second, so that was where we're at Cora.com. I put the link in the description. So how's that for remote surgery? Then I wouldn't want to depend on some network with all kinds of disturbances of other wireless cancer cell phone devices, basically, if I'd be on that operation table. Wait, let me get my cell phone. Electrosensitivity, we don't believe in electrosensitivity. We need to reduce global population. Any means necessary. You start cutting. I don't really think that doctors think that way, of course. I'm just sarcastic. Recession, real session, who cares? Cancer cell site. List of launches. So supposedly Starlink 0, 24th of May 2019, puts 60 satellites in space, and Starlink 1, 11th of November 2019 as well. And these are all 60 satellites, so that's 2, 4, 6, 8 times 60, like 400 or not? 480, or is it 4,800? So, well, you can calculate it for yourselves, but it would not be 356 then, if it's 4, oh this is another one, 2, 4, 6, 8. So 8 times 6 is 48. So 480 then. But these two are still planned. So that's 480 minus 120 is 360 plus 2. 362, but they say 352. 358 satellites in the constellation orbit. So perhaps some of them didn't deploy successfully or whatever, supposedly. Criticism. I already read this, can make repetitive content, but the astronomer thing, light pollution, several sources also for that, and nothing about the detrimental effect on human health of cancer cell phone radiation, natural post-cancer cell phone radiation. And of course I hate cancer cell phone radiation, I hate 5G. I don't hate smartphones and smart watches, etc., because they can be put in airplane mode. Except for the cancer Fitbit watches. Though I like the look of it, so that's a pity basically. I also had some other cheap watch with an e-ink display that was really awesome. And I was unable to remove the cancer Wi-Fi, cancer Bluetooth antenna from the device, from the watch. But that was a really nice price and looking very cool also. So watch out with these watches and other items, they have to have airplane mode if you don't want to be in that cancer cell phone radiation that many people pretend of, that it's so harmless. Ooh, it's so harmless. And population reduction is still a good thing, right? Sustainability. Well, I guess in the Netherlands many people would go, yeah, we want that now. So I'm gonna save all these tabs. Oh yeah, let's first put an end to this broadcast. Too depressing to some people perhaps. Though I cannot be depressed because of my self-hypnosis. So my theory is, well, you'd have to rewind to when I did that self-hypnosis basically. But it can be dangerous if people program themselves not to have any negative emotions anymore. (2:02 at night in the Netherlands). Did I miss any of my questions in the title? Social distancing till 2022. Well, if colloidal silver is effective, as shown by the scientific documents, and also safe, then there's no need for that, and you could argue that all these measures are treasonous and part of a population reduction scam. A few measures, so you either have social distancing or you don't have social distancing, that's the idea. So it means that certain jobs cannot exist anymore till 2022 if they'd implement 1.5 meters social distance as obligatory. So then the question is, would we be allowed to travel when all countries are infected anyway? Are there countries that are not yet infected? Antarctica perhaps, and Greenland or whatever? And the rest might all be infected by now, I don't know. People can check the map for themselves. But how much difference does it make, really? So I might ponder on this question longer, what the effects would be, and so will other people. Several news sites have written about this subject. So could it cause that recession that we see in the Simpsons prediction, in the Simpsons cartoons, come to fruition anyway, and that Armageddon scene, etc. Ideal population reduction method, well, you could argue that it is if you could get them to globally maintain 1.5 meters distance, but how many people are going to keep that rule when they fall in love and stuff? Well, they'd both have to break the rule, and that's rare, I think. So I think it would definitely set back population growth, reduce population growth. And on the other hand, we have the baby boom of the people that are locked up together in their homes, married people, and perhaps also other people if they're home quarantined. So overall the effect might be zero. And Bill Gates' theory is that sick people produce more babies than healthy people do. So, wow. Then we have a baby boom of epic proportions coming up if he's right. Well, that's a pretty good ending to this broadcast, I guess. Thank you all for watching. Please like, subscribe, and share important videos on your timeline. Don't know if that's this one. I think perhaps more vital information that many people don't know about. We know certain things, but perhaps most people don't know about certain facts that I covered. I also made a top 10 of mainstream media blackout subjects, top 10 of conspiracy facts, and top 10 of population reduction methods and countermeasures you can take, so people can check that out on my other channels to try something vegetarian. And of course, to the future channel on YouTube. So, thank you all for watching. Kiss for single ladies who would like one. And see you all next time on Perfect Society, my YouTube channel. Forever, hopefully.